Testing. There we go. All right, microphone's finally on. There we go. What's up, y'all? It's very bad of me just because of my overall competitiveness and my analyst brain, but is it bad that I hate the coaching staff right now? I shouldn't be that way, but I'm just like, brother, like, dear Lord, it's so bad that I'm like this, but it's just, that's like, throughout the entire game, I'm just thinking to myself, what the hell is this coaching staff doing? But I shouldn't be that way. I really shouldn't be this way, but I am this way, because I'm just like, dear Lord, like, I feel like so many of these players today just got absolutely, like, thrown to the wolves, and are just being like, hey, guys, guess what? We're playing football today, but we taught you basketball, so good luck, and hope you guys can get through it. Have fun out there. We're not going to help you out here at all, though. Like, as all the defenders on the football team are coming over and tackling you guys, we'll just sit over here and we'll just chew our gum like Billy Donovan III and hold our clipboards and pretend like we know what we're doing. But you guys out there, good luck. Have fun. You know, go out and show the world that you're great players and try to get an NBA job. Dear Lord, everybody. Oh my God. Yeah, sorry. That's my rant of this game, and it will be my only rant because it's summer league. It's nothing to be blowing a gasket over at the end of the day. A lot to talk about, honestly. Obviously, I think a lot of people are going to be kind of scared of what we saw with the Senge today. I'm personally not. This is kind of, honestly, I expected some of the struggles he had. There's some things obviously that weren't great that I was expecting him to do better with, but some of the struggles that he had, I'm not shocked at it at all. Buzelis had some highlight moments, but he also, he had some struggles. We'll talk about Olbrich, which the box score doesn't really show anything with Olbrich. Like, it just shows a lot of negative, but I think he did okay today. I know Yuki's a fan favorite, so we'll kind of talk about him a little bit. But dear Lord, man, I just feel so bad for these guys because this generally felt like, hey, good luck. We don't know what's really going to happen here. And once the full court pressure came, the coaching staff's just like, yeah, so about that, we don't know what we're supposed to do about it at all. So you need to go figure this out by yourselves. And it's just like, these are all like rookies and, sophomore players in this league. And yeah, some of them are older, but like, why do you expect all of a sudden that these guys are just going to figure it out suddenly? It did feel like, though, honestly, we were playing a different game. The Raptors defense and their just annoyance on that end was really annoying. But it honestly felt like at moments where it's just like, I felt like some of our guys are just getting mauled and the officials are just, nothing's happening. Like, yeah, that's cool. So I feel bad for a lot of these guys. Like, specifically, like, I feel bad for Olbrich because it's like, not a lot of this was not his fault tonight. The box score shows nothing for him. He picked up 5 fouls, had 4 turnovers, missed 2 shots, and had some pretty rough moments, but it's just like, that's not your fault. That's a lot on the guards not being able to bring the basketball up the court and then turning it over pretty quickly into the possession because you can't get it past half court cleanly. But then yet again, it's just like, hey, coaching staff, if the idea of, hey, let's just give it to our guards and just hope they get through the Raptors defense in the first 8 seconds through the half court is gonna, if that's the idea and it's not working, maybe you should do something different. Like, maybe you bring other people up into the backcourt to try to help the guy that's trying to bring the ball up the fucking court, bro. Like, hey, maybe someone could come over and set a little bit of a screen or something. Like, I don't know what you really... I'm just asking for something. I'm not asking for a lot. But you're just leaving these guys out here just to get eaten up by the wolves. And it's just turnover after turnover after turnover. I'm like, dear Lord, like, I thought you guys were coaches. Like, do something. Don't just sit there. Don't just chew your gum. Like, do something and act like you actually know how to actually coach this basketball game. But no, we're just going to let this team have 33 turnovers tonight because that's fine, apparently. So yeah, that was my initial reaction to this entire thing, which is just, it's just so stupid, bro. I am just so annoyed by that. But like I said, it's summer league, so I can't really be that pissed off about it. But here I am ranting on my own stream. On my own stream about this entire thing. So here we are. Appreciate everyone checking in. Thank you for all joining for a Summer League postgame stream. Was not expecting this at all. But please hit the like button if you haven't already. We're going to get into a lot of stuff today. Talk about a couple things. Talk about kind of some outlook with the Bulls overall. And let me change something here. Give me 1 second. And yeah, I see a lot of people were already in the chat before I even started stream. So appreciate everyone. Charles, Tyler, Noel. I saw Utero was here. This is all pre-stream stuff. So thank you for all this. Really means a lot to just see you guys just chatting in here. So I was not paying attention to this chat, so I do apologize about this, but thank you for all this. I'll read these in a little bit here as they catch up. Let's see here. You should not hate the coaching. That was even awful for Sarah as a summer league. I mean, I know there definitely needs to be criticism with that. Like if I'm being dead serious right now, if I'm Billy Donovan and like, I guess I should be more specific, I guess. If I'm Billy Donovan II, Billy Donovan Jr., which is the Bulls' current NBA head coach, I am going to his son, Billy Donovan III, and slapping him in the head and saying, like, what the absolute fuck are you doing? Please, these guys need help. Like, these are young players that are trying to make the league, and you're asking them to try to get through full court pressure from this Raptors defense, which the Raptors just know, like, if there's one thing the Raptors know how to do, it's play full court pressure with their defense. But it's like the one thing that's their identity. It's been this way for a long time. And you're just basically saying to these guys, like, yeah, good luck. Like, no help. Like, the one change he did was that they had Buzelis bring the ball up the floor more, which I'm like, okay, that's cool. I mean, yeah, Buzelis should be getting a lot of touches anyway, but it's just like, that's not that. I need more. Like I wanted to see if Jameer Young can actually kind of be like a point guard in this game, and he wasn't able to. Javon Freeman Liberty obviously scored today, got a lot of free throws, but like he also had some horrible turnovers today. Yuki, I know he's a fan favorite, but it's like he had some rough moments, some bad decisions in the backcourt, which I'm like, yeah, it's you know, it's on them. But it's also just like, I don't feel like it's their fault. Like, a lot of these guys, I just feel like they're just being set up to fail. So I'm honestly just taking this game with legitimately a grain of salt, because this game was just straight up like two different games by the two different teams. This was a football game by the Raptors, and it was a pickup basketball game for the Bulls. And, you know, one team's getting all the foul calls and allowed to just, you know, swipe at the ball, hit guys, and was getting all the offensive foul calls, and the other side can't do anything. So coaching staff is just sitting there and doing nothing. I'm just very confused by that. I'm not loving what Billy Donovan III tried to do. But it's Summer League, so it's like, this obviously isn't a team that's going to be practicing a long time or has any sort of chemistry with each other. But I just think that there's some things you can kind of switch around. If, hey, there's a full court pressure this entire fucking game of 40 minutes, there's full court pressure. Maybe after the first half, you can make some sort of game plan to try to help the guys get past the half court line. Like, just something. It doesn't have to work. I'm just asking for something different, and you didn't do anything different. So, no, just my own personal opinion at the end of the day. But I'm not a coach, and these guys are getting paid to coach. So, you know, take that with whatever you want. Take that as either that they shouldn't be getting paid at this current moment in time, or obviously that I'm a dumbass and as a result I'm not coaching. But yeah, I was just like, God damn it, man. Like, I'm not happy with this game at all. You know, guys are gonna struggle in Summer League. Like, obviously, like I said, they struggled today, but like, in general, even if like this wasn't happening, like, guys are just gonna struggle in general in a Summer League game. But what we saw today, I'm just like, I don't know how much I can take away from this game, besides that Buzelis kind of looked good. Because it just felt like no possessions. We had no offensive rhythm. The defense was all over the place because they're just trying to recover from turning it over at half court. And it felt like there was nothing, like the Bulls felt like they couldn't do anything into their game plan. And I'm just like, okay, well, if that's the case in this game, then like, I don't know what to take away from this one. I feel bad for a lot of the guys. Feel like they just kind of set up to fail today. The Bulls had by far the most amount of turnovers for a team in the first game of Summer League, at least for all the teams that have played a game so far, which we'll officially get every team that has played a game later on here. But it's just like, dear Lord, bro. The Pelicans had 25 turnovers in their first game. I thought that was a lot. we broke right through that. So it's just bad. But yeah. Billy Subs and the 5 U's on the floor are awful. I mean, look, Muaka, I don't really know anything about him, but yeah, he was pretty bad. I won't lie. Muaka was not great. Missed a dunk, but you know what? I can't really say anything about it because I have never watched a single bit of film on him before. So if this is who he is, that's bad, but I'm gonna give it a little bit of a chance here. Oh, sorry, my headset came off. Both draft picks look bad, but add the structure in the first game. I mean, yeah, bro. Like, the entire structure of the Bulls' offense was not shown tonight. Like, this is just we're just trying to survive out here. So I'm not really taking too much away from that. Who's facilitator is the thing I think he's not ready for. Is my only draw so far that he likely won't shift. I mean, yeah, he also saw some doubles and he turned it over a few times with it. Again, though, like, how much can we really blame him when it's just that the coaching staff doesn't know what they're doing, and then this is a team that obviously has not played a lot of time with each other. So when a double team comes, it's you don't really have the chemistry with the guys. Obviously, then you're ideally you're going to see Buzelis be playing with a lot of better NBA players if he does somehow get double teamed at any point in his career. So yeah, there's definitely some moments where it wasn't great with Buzelis, and sorry if you hear the thunder, it's really thundering where I'm at. There's definitely some moments where Buzelis wasn't handling the pressure great, but at the same time, I do think that he was probably the Bulls' best player in terms of handling the pressure today. Take that with good or bad. I don't really know what you want to take that as, but I think he did a decent job of handling the full court pressure by the Raptors. Drew some fouls, did a good job getting to the foul line, and we saw some decent moves from him. So, like, again, I'm not taking too much away from this game overall. I'm just kind of just sitting here just like, well, if these are actually going to be the freaking coaches that the Bulls are trying to develop, then I am not happy with if any of these guys are going to be moving forward in their careers, because there has to be some changes, bro, with how the Bulls are trying to handle full court pressure, man. That was just disgusting to look at. I understand it's summer league, but this was unacceptable, at least in my opinion. So I didn't make a whole thing on Twitter because I honestly don't think making a whole Twitter rant about a summer league game is really worth it at the end of the day, but I get to rant on my own stream, and it's my stream, so yeah, it's just crazy with what we saw. Pat, come back, please. I would love for that, but Guys, was Hornets in a game I wouldn't usually watch with good relative summer league standard. Oh, I mean, yeah, for sure. I'm assuming Ace Bailey's playing. I don't know if he is though. I assume he is, but we'll see. I just look good, but Matt, at the coaching as a whole, I mean, bro, this coaching was just not good today. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to everyone that's on the coaching staff, and I know you're trying to get a job in the NBA eventually, but this is unacceptable to me because I'm just like, these guys need help. Like, you can't just ask these guys to try to figure it out as if they're vets, bro. Like, yeah, I wish I had Chris Paul in today's game, but yeah, I don't have Chris Paul. Like, Chris Paul will understand how to handle a full court pressure. Like, that's Chris Paul. We don't have anybody like that, and no one's close to that. No one really has NBA experience on this roster, and now all of a sudden you're expecting them to figure out a full court pressure defense that you're seeing like multiple instances where the Raptors throw a double team at a guy. Like, it's not just like, oh, it's only full court pressure and like you just gotta try to bring the ball up, but it's like you're seeing the Raptors like throw different coverages at these guys. It was just like, okay, well, how about we try to help the ball get past half court first, and then we can worry about everything else after that. But you didn't help the ball handlers today. You were just basically asking the ball handlers just to keep doing their thing and keep getting stripped, keep not getting past half court in time. Like, I'm like, bro, like, help people, like, help these guys. I don't know what you guys are just doing over there and acting as if like anything else right now is more important than just making sure we keep the ball. If there is anything that you should know about basketball, if this is your first time ever knowing or ever watching basketball in your life, okay, the most important thing in basketball is the damn basketball. Like, it's the most important thing, and yet the Bulls very clearly did not value the basketball today, and I don't think it was the players' fault. I think this was definitely more on the coaching staff. Like, guys, like, the most important thing in the fucking game right now is being stripped out of your hands every other possession. Like, we almost had a turnover per minute in this game, and you're just sitting here like, yeah, this is fine. Like, we're not gonna do anything. I'm like, bro, I don't ask for anything in Summer League, bro, but like, I feel like this was atrocious tonight. So I'm just appalled by what I witnessed today. Again, I'm not gonna be here calling for these guys' heads or anything like that. I'll be like, oh, we need to fire all of them, but like, please, like, we have a game tomorrow, and I'm asking just for anything, just any little help. I don't think that I think we play Brooklyn tomorrow. I don't know who we're playing tomorrow, but like, I don't think they're gonna have the same sort of like full court pressure that we run that we just saw today. I messed it. I keep thinking today's Saturday for some reason. It's Friday. Or we're playing Sacramento, okay, but like, I don't think they're gonna have like the same full court pressure. But I'm just asking you just to help these guys a little bit, man. So I think tomorrow will go better. This was just absolute dog shit from the coaching staff today. I'm sorry, man. This is unacceptable. Make sure our guys did bad this game because we were expecting to play against football players. Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I wasn't expecting to play against football players today either. But hey, if the Wolves are out and attacking, then maybe make a counter plan. So that's all I'm asking. I know Senge had good on-ball defense. Everything else is up in the air. I agree. Yeah, we'll talk about Senge a little bit here. But overall, though, I'm honestly pleasantly surprised with the Senge's perimeter defense. Like, it was kind of a question mark for me a little bit. But I mean, he honestly looked pretty good. Like, fighting over screens, rotating. He was able to, like, we saw moments where he was tagging the roll guy on a screen and roll, so like coming over and helping, and then getting out to his guy and contesting the shot effectively. So there's that. Like, that's a very good sign for me, because like, I do think that was a bit of a question mark, but Senge overall, like, his offensive game means a ton of work. Now granted, I think that was clear. If like, I know a lot of people maybe not have watched it, like they didn't watch the film of him, but like, that was kind of clear. I made my video and legitimately everything was off ball when it came to him. So like, I think if you should have gotten anything from Senge, it's just that like, yeah, he shouldn't have the ball in his hands early on. But that's, I think I even said in the video, maybe I didn't say in the video, but like, I wouldn't be shocked if he would go to the G League and get a lot of time. And I think now, like, we should be expecting it, which is fine. Like, I think him going to the G League and just being down there for most of the year is fine. But yeah, I overall, though, from what I saw today, with how, some people were kind of concerned how he would move and everything. Like, I think he actually moved pretty well today. I think the speed was a little bit like of a shocker to him, which is, that's not abnormal. That happens to a lot of people, and like most rookies. It's just like the speed of the NBA tempo is a thing. But I overall was just like, okay, yeah, like this was okay. He hit a 3 today, which was good to see. I know then he airballed one and then bricked the other, but he hit 1 3. He had a pretty nice overall defensive possession with the block that he got. He contested a shot and then was able to recover and then get back and block the other attempt in that same possession. So yeah, like, defensively, I think we all see the upside. Offensively, I think is like we all kind of knew was going to be the question mark. But I appreciate him defensively today. But again, though, I don't know how much I should really be taking away from any of this game, because this game was a completely just like, it was just a scrap fest with no real rhythm for the Bulls at all this entire game. So I blame the coaching staff. That's all I'm just gonna say. If there's anybody that gets an absolute negative grade today, from my own opinion, and like, for all the players, let me just say, like, I'm not saying like these players play good or anything. I'm just saying that, like, I don't think they were in the best position today, and they're gonna get all the blame for something that's not their fault. But if we're gonna be handing out grades for most of the players, I'm just like, hey, well, I'm just gonna throw you a C and just kind of move on from there and be like, okay, move on to the next one. For the coaching staff, y'all get an F. Like, I'm giving y'all an F today, because I feel like you did not help these players at all. I'm not happy about this. So next game should go better. We're not gonna be facing this Raptors full court pressure defense. And hopefully we'll see some, just some more consistency out of the Bulls offense, and better rhythm overall, that we can kind of see the team play a little bit more comfortable. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. Well, only 2 of the players from today's team will actually get any regular season minutes, so I'm not tripping. If Senge got thrown to the Wolves and they attacked him every time he tried to dribble. I mean, he was getting double teamed at some moments. I'm just like, dear Lord. Like, yeah, like they were basically ready for him to dribble and just like, even on his first turnover, which like, I'm not gonna blame Buzelis, but like he was kind of close to his second on his first turnover, but like it hit, like we just saw Buzelis' guy just come in and just like swipe at him, and it obviously turnover. Like it was just straight up like, yeah, we're reaching in, and this didn't just go for a second. It was for everybody. It was everybody that was dribbling the basketball. The Raptors were just swiping, and it just seemed like the Bulls didn't know what to do about it. Which again, I don't expect these players to ever figure it out. But coaching staff, bro, please, man. Yuki looked like the only guy actually tried to play make. I give Yuki credit. He also had some horrible decisions today, but again, it's just like I'm not gonna blame you. Like you're being thrown into the wolves, bro. Let's talk about all those horrible trade rumors which are ripping off the Bulls. Oh, we'll talk about it for sure. I want to talk about a couple of things when it comes to the Bulls overall roster, but first things first, Summer League. Is it really intentional for a Summer League team to play exactly like the main team? If you actually watch some of the teams, like if you go watch the Warriors, for example, like there's like actual like there's like actual consistency between how the Warriors Summer League team plays and how like they actually play in the NBA. I do think it's honestly a good overall decision, just because it's a good read to see like, hey, which players kind of fit into your system. So like, maybe the Raptors really shouldn't be the team doing it, because like they're kind of going through a whole change right now. You know, Masai Ujiri's out. I don't know what exactly they're planning on doing. So maybe they really shouldn't be playing like this. But like, you know, if for example with the Warriors, like the Warriors very clearly, as long as Steph is there, like there's a very clear system in place. Steve Kerr has a very clear system, and so you know, playing your Summer League team like that sort of system, I think it's a pretty fine thing to do. Kind of gets you a good gauge to see how certain players are going to be able to fit into the system. You know, specifically with Podziemski last year, like we saw Podziemski and Buzelis kind of go back and forth in the Summer League last season, but like we saw kind of Podziemski kind of like a little bit more in like ball handling role, but we also saw him like throughout the game, like kind of running around like as if he was Steph Curry a little bit. And so it's just kind of like getting like an idea of like, hey, can this player do this? You know, how can Podziemski maybe fit into the system a little bit better? And like, you know, Podziemski had like an alright year. So it's not that shocking. Now, granted, especially with the Bulls and their nepotism, when you have a father-son coach with the NBA head coach and the Summer League head coach going on right now, which is just, I think, absolutely atrocious by the Bulls, but you know, it is what it is. The Bulls are built on nepotism. I would hope that you would at least try to kind of implement some things, but the one thing that I saw that was consistent between the main Bulls team and this Bulls team was turning the ball over and not knowing how to deal with full court pressure. That's consistent, and there seems to be no adjustment, which that's also consistent. So good to see that we're implementing exactly what we do in the NBA level. So good job, guys. Love to see it, man. JFL was a turnover machine. The stats are misleading. Yeah, I also don't think JFL really had that good of a game. This is one of those situations in the game where I'm just like, okay, yeah, you had 21 or 13 free throws. I don't think you really played that great. But you know, the numbers will say better. Like, I think, for example, like, I think Olbrich played okay. It, like, his stat line's not his fault, but you know, everyone's just gonna look at the stat line and just be like, oh, you played awful. So yeah, not really not really his fault, but of course we're just gonna be like that. Pretend I didn't see this game. Yeah, Tyler, I feel bad for you, man. Yeah, wipe that game from your memory if you could. Was not expecting to see that at all from today, but yeah. No rim protection and boxing out plus no plan. What was the plan to start the game defensively? It was like full court soft press with Noah floating around the middle with his hands up. So it looked like a 2-2-1 full court pressure. And it's supposed to try to force the Raptors into like going into like the corners, and when they bring the ball up the floor, like try to keep them out in the middle. I didn't love it. And then the Bulls were like trying to fall back into like a 3-2 zone, but then it looked like all the guys were confused. Like there were moments where I'm trying to figure out like what defense are we running once we get into the half court set, and I don't know what we're running. Like some guys are like acting as if it's man, some guys are acting as if it's zone, and then I'm like, is this a like 1-3-1 zone at one point? And very clearly it wasn't, because guys were like all pointing at each other and they're like, where the hell are you supposed to go? So yeah, I don't blame that. Again, I don't really blame that on the players either, because I'm just like, this is not your fault. The coaching staff doesn't know what they're doing. Like they very clearly there was not a set game plan about like, okay, we're gonna run this like 2-2-1 sort of full court press, and then we're gonna try to see if we can go back to a 3-2, but like, I don't know if that was defined. Like, I was very confused just watching that. So if I'm confused and I'm, if I'm sitting at home and watching the entire court and I'm confused, then I don't expect the players to figure it out either. So yeah, I don't really know what we were doing today. It was some zone. I thought it was a 3-2, but I don't really know what to tell you. It was definitely something. So yet again, I'm just like, I don't know what the coaching was doing. So that's just the takeaway from this game. The Bulls play was so poorly done. It was consistently getting broken. I mean, I don't even know if it was a zone though. That's the thing. Like, it wasn't a man-to-man. Like, if it was man-to-man, then obviously there's breakdowns. But I don't even know what if it was zone. I don't know what to even talk about it, man. It looks so bad. I'm just like, I'm lost about like what are we running. But if it is a zone, then yeah, we definitely got, there was definitely some breakdowns, which is expected because it's Summer League. Like, I'm not expecting these guys to be good in Summer League about playing zone. Well, what's about the Raptors? I don't know. I don't watch the Raptors at all. I have no idea if their main team presses all out like Summer League team did. So, specifically under Nick Nurse, this Raptors team would absolutely press. Like, if you go watch, like the Bulls games, like with DeRozan, Levine, like this was a consistent theme with this Raptors squad where they would just completely like, this is when like Siakam was still there. They would press the Bulls consistently. This was their identity. And the Bulls had a tough time. Like I always specifically remember when Lonzo was still playing with us. Like, one of the reasons why I've always said Lonzo wasn't a point guard was just because like his ball handling isn't the best. And like he had trouble getting through like that sort of full court pressure like the Raptors would run. And like Levine and DeRozan also had their issues. So this was a consistent theme under like the Ujiri era. Especially under Nick Nurse. Now, granted, obviously they've moved on. But I still kind of think that the Raptors, at least for now, and I know Ujiri just got fired or let go. I still think like their whole identity was just like, hey, lengthy guys, we play fast, like et cetera, et cetera. So last season it was probably not as similar as what we saw today. But I know the Raptors have had this sort of identity for a while. So maybe this is just a whole new coaching staff bringing in something crazy. But I think this is kind of similar to what we see from the Raptors overall. Yeah. This 3 dunks. Oh, Milwaukee. Yeah. It was bad. It was pretty bad. Montes has definitely sped up his jumper. Definitely see a potential. I do think Buzelis did speed up his jumper slightly. Overall, though, like there was a few moments where I couldn't tell because it might have been just a bad pass, but it did seem like he sped up his jumper, so that's a good sign. He's getting it off pretty quickly, getting over some outstretched contesting guys. So I think Buzelis, again, he looked all right today. Yeah. What's better sign Giddy after this? I mean, if it's team friendly, sure. Cancel the biggest trip? No, Tyler, no. Okay, tomorrow's gonna be better. Like, the Bulls play again tomorrow. It's gonna be okay. And honestly, still, like, even if you're not gonna enjoy the Bulls games, like, still stay there, bro. Like, don't cancel your Vegas trip, man. You stay out there, bro. Don't cancel your Vegas trip. Enoch can get perimeter D and I'll get straight. I see that as his most likely pathway to get any minutes this season. Otherwise, probably won't get more than garbage for a long time. So again, I think that he needs to just be in the G League for most of the year. If he does get minutes, then obviously, yeah, it's gonna be perimeter defense. If it was up to me, like if I know a lot of people were like, oh my god, like what the hell is he gonna do? Look, I was very adamant that I don't really care about this upcoming season overall in terms of like win-loss record, besides just like I want the Bulls just to kind of lose. I don't really care about the Bulls being good this upcoming season. So I know a lot of people are like in the opposite chain, or just like, oh my god, Sengi is not going to be helpful at all this season. So like for them, I know they're freaking out right now. For me, I don't really care. Like if it was up to me, honestly, I would be playing a Sengi like at least 25 minutes a night and just kind of seeing what he could do. He's going to struggle, especially on offense, but I think he can, come in and have some decent impact on defense. But like I know the offense is going to be a struggle, but just kind of let him work through some things and just like say, all right, let's just see what happens, man. get him just as much playing time as possible. Obviously, the Bulls are not going to go do that because they're trying to make the play-in every single year. So playing Asenge 25 minutes is probably not going to lead to winning basketball, or at least 500 basketball, or just under 500 basketball. So yeah, I'm perfectly fine with Asenge just going to the G League, and if early on, before the G League does actually start up, like, get him some minutes early on. Just get him like 8 minutes or something. Like, or even, I'll honestly be okay with just 5, honestly, until like the G League starts. Just get him some time out there. Just kind of see what he can do in just some NBA minutes. It's early in the season, so like it really shouldn't be that detrimental to your record that you need to get those 39 wins. Just play him a little bit early on, and then once the G League starts, just send him down there. And I think that's okay. Reminder to everybody that he is still 18, and look, let me just say this. If Asenge looks this in like when he's like 21, then obviously I'm definitely concerned. But he's 18. I'm not freaking out over how he played today. Obviously there's a long way to go here, but I personally still see the two-way potential. So that alone is just like, all right, I still think that this is, no matter what, a good pick by the Bulls. And at the end of the day, it's one game. So no reason to freak out over this. I do think that, yeah, Asenge moving forward in the rotation, if it was up to me again, I'm playing him as much as possible, but that's not up to me. So have some time in the G League, work on some things, because if you're thinking about it honestly, right, let's say he goes and plays in the G League this entire season, then he is basically starting next season. He's basically then at what rookie Buzelis would be, right? Where, reminder, Buzelis did not go to college. He went to the G League instead. So, Buzelis had a year in the G League before he got drafted. So, Asenge is a year younger than when Buzelis was drafted. So, if Asenge goes and plays in the G League this entire season, and then, starting next season, it's as if he just is, it's kind of where Buzelis was when he just got drafted. So, I think this is fine with what we saw today. I'm just more kind of PO'd about the whole, like, I think the coaching staff did nothing to help this Bulls team today. And a lot of these guys just end up failing, and it's not their fault. So, I don't know, man. If I'm just kind of saying this just because I'm like looking at this, I'm like, dear Lord, like there's a problem with how things were ran today. But like, I just kind of look at this, and I'm looking forward, and I'm looking at like, hey, future Summer League rosters. Like, if you're a player trying to be on a Summer League team, and after this game today, like, why would you play for the Bulls Summer League squad if you know that this is going to be the coaching staff? Like, I just wouldn't feel good about it, because I'm like, am I just being set up to fail if the opposing team comes out and has like a decent defensive game plan? Like, we're not asking for anything special. We're just asking you just to like, hey, this is happening. Can you help us a little bit? And I don't know, bro. It just felt like nothing's really happening there with the coaching staff. So, concerning, but hopefully things will be okay. In game 2, Asenge's shooting form doesn't look too bad, really. So overall, when it comes to his release, it doesn't look too bad, at least in my eyes. The problem with Asenge is not that. It's more his lower body. There's times with Asenge where his 2 feet are not balanced on his jump shot. Which honestly, if there was anything that I would rather have a player have an issue with, it would be kind of like if your feet are just not like fully balanced and everything like that, because that's not obviously then like changing your release form and trying to fix that whole thing. Like if you're, throwing it up like Lonzo Ball was his rookie season, like there's not that issue, at least. But you could also then argue, like, if his base is terrible, then maybe that's a bigger issue. But with Asenge, the biggest issue is just that his 2 feet sometimes are not always stable, where you'll see sometimes that 1 foot has like more weight than the other. Then you'll see, like, and I'll just make this clear. Sometimes it looks fine. Like, there's sometimes where it looks like he's completely like perfectly stable, perfectly balanced, and it looks completely fine. But it's just the inconsistency with his overall base with his feet. It looks just inconsistent a lot. The other part that he doesn't do this as often, at least in my opinion, but others will say different, is just that when he takes a jump shot, and I think that honestly closer to his end of his time in Germany, it looked a lot better from the film that I watched. But sometimes when he would take a jump shot, he would kind of like twist like his lower body, so it's like when he jumps up, like instead of going up and down, kind of straight up and everything, his top half is kind of where it's supposed to be, but then you'll see that his like feet kind of turn to the left in air, and so like he's kind of like twisted in this weird way where it's like his lower half is facing the left, but then his top is facing where it's supposed to be. So there's just kind of that also going on. Obviously I would love if Peter Patton was here, but he's not. But at the same time, I kind of look at that and I'm just like, I just kind of think that's just more so as saying he's kind of just adjusting to his own body. So again, like if this is a severe issue moving forward, then obviously it would be more concerning, but I'm not like freaking out over that after his first game ever as an 18-year-old playing his like first ever NBA level type of game. So stuff obviously to work on. I'm pretty sure guys are aware. I think he's very much aware of his shooting kind of inconsistencies. I do think the release looks okay. Sometimes it does look like he's more throwing it up, but I have definitely seen a lot worse jump shots than his. Like I won't lie, like when Julian Phillips was first coming into the league and watching his summer league play, like I watched his live, and like there were moments I was a little bit concerned with him, but I also was like, I felt okay about Phillips just because his free throw percentage, and Asenge's free throw percentage also is like, it's okay, it's not like amazing. It's like it hovers around 70%, so could be better. But his combined free throw, he made 9 of 10, so you know, and he missed 2 today. I think that was a little bit more due to fatigue than him just having bad form. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing just kind of how game 2 goes, just get a better gauge of all these guys, because this was just weird, man. This was really bad. We have no PG, a lot of ball hogging PGs. I don't know if I call them ball hogging PGs. The only guy I call ball hogging is honestly Javon Freeman Liberty, which I mean, that we kind of already knew that heading into this game. Like JFL was like he played for the Bulls Summer League team before, and he would shoot a lot. But I honestly don't think it was ball hogging today. Like I think it was more so just the guys didn't know what to do, which I don't blame them. Like we're being absolutely attacked by a pack of wolves, bro. Why do we play a 1-3-1 this whole game? Stupid. No, I don't think it was a 1-3-1 the whole game if there was a zone. And honestly, I don't even think there was a 1-3-1. Like I was just kind of saying that like the Bulls looked like they're trying to play 3-2, but then like it would change, and I'm just like, I don't know what we're running. Like at one point it looked like a 1-3-1, but I couldn't tell you officially. It just was like, I don't know what we're running. So I wouldn't call this necessarily we ran 1-3-1 the entire game. So I'm not freaking out over that part. It just was kind of weird, just to kind of see like what we're trying to run out there. I didn't really like the whole full court idea. I hated that, like the whole like 2-2-1 kind of full court press. But I can understand it a little bit, just because the coaching staff, you know, they're the coaching staff and they're trying to get a job, and so if their summer league team performs well, then you know that's kind of the idea. But I'm more concerned about the full court pressure that we can deal with today on the offensive end. You know, all these turnovers today. I mean, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys with at least 4 turnovers, and then another guy with 3. All the guards that really had the ball in their hands had at least 3 turnovers today, and then Buzelis and Asenge combined for 11. Like, not their fault at all. Like, some of it's their fault, but like a lot of this, I'm just like, this is just you getting thrown to the wolves, and your coaching staff isn't doing anything. But it is what it is. Yeah, I'm not freaking out too much about like any sort of box score things that people are looking at, or like, oh wow, like Asenge really didn't do a lot this game. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I'm not shocked. Not a lot of possessions to really do anything. The Bulls had 55 shot attempts in this game. The Raptors had 85. Like, that alone, I think, should just kind of tell you, like, hey, there's really not a lot to kind of do in this game, especially because if you can't get the ball past the half-court line, what are you going to do? So, hopefully just better game 2, honestly. I'm just hoping for just a much better game 2. Yeah. I just only want to look good. I mean, even I would say that I don't even know if you would say he looked good. I'd say he looked all right for moments. Like I guess you could say that he looked good in some moments. But yeah, I'm good overall with what Buzelis did today. Yeah. Like, no, he needs to be developed. I mean, yeah, I think we all kind of knew that, though. Like, I hope people understand it. Like, that was the plan. That, yeah, a second needs to be developed. I hope people are understanding it. Let's see. Just giving young players minutes anyway. I send a message to them that they don't have to earn them and then end up backfiring. So it would, Darius, but if you have a team that's just full of young guys, then like that, then it wouldn't really matter. Like, that's the reason why I want the Bulls to move on from a lot of these guys. Like, you know, get rid of Vooch, get rid of Zach Collins. Like, I don't really want Kevin Huerter here, but you know, it is what it is. Like, I'm happy Lonzo got traded, but then we brought in Isaac Okoro, which I'm not happy about that. Like, yeah, it definitely would be kind of saying that for this specific team if like a Sengun comes out and he like plays like 25 minutes a night. But if, let's say, the team did not have like some vets on the roster and we saw the team kind of have a bunch of young guys, they're all trying to fight for minutes in general, then like it doesn't really show that, right? Because then it would just kind of be like, hey, if a young guy that you're playing does not play well, then yeah, you would sit him. Or I guess it would have to be pretty egregious, but like, hey, you row with the hot hand, you know, you're not actively trying to like, you know, make sure you try to win the game. It's more so just like, hey, run with the hot guy. You know, if one guy's not really playing so well, then you can not play them for the rest of that game. Like, that's just kind of the way I would like to see this team, but I know a lot of people don't like that. Like, a lot of people that they call that tanking. I'm not really, again, I'm not here to be like, oh my god, like we need to like we need to just completely rip down everything and like full out just try to go 0-82. But I do think that right now development needs to be more of a priority than trying to make the play-in tournament. I do think that it would help the Bulls if they were bad. That does not mean I'm saying that you need to go be an 0-82 team. Like, I think there's a big difference between being a rebuilding team and trying to then actually just flat out tank a year. But right now with where the Bulls are at, it's a rough kind of area. So tanking wouldn't be the worst thing in the world just because of the lack of picks that they have. And they only have their own picks right now. So it's like, even if you weren't trying to tank, like, just having your own pick really puts you in a really scary spot, and like you don't have any extra picks to help the rebuild. So like tanking, like it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but to me at least, Darius, like with that specific question, like I really don't care about like that. And it would be ideal if you had an environment where if we're all thinking, oh, like playing this guy very clearly is telling the team like you don't need to earn your minutes. Like I would much rather have a whole environment where like earning your minutes like should not be a high priority. Like if you very clearly have a guy that is more NBA ready than like a young prospect, like then obviously that guy, if you're trying to win, is going to be getting those minutes. Ideally, we don't have that, at least in my opinion, but the Bulls aren't like that. We have many guys that are very clearly vets on this roster still. So yeah, it's just not an ideal spot for me, but I understand what you're saying. But I feel like at least in my head, if we were in the right spot as a team, then this wouldn't be a conversation really. Yeah. No one is here in the G League. I think that's, yeah, if he does, that's fine. I do want him to play some NBA minutes this year. But it doesn't need to be a whole lot. Just I think he needs to play some though. If we're up to me, Duncan, I would waive a bunch of the roster just to trial new potential swings. They went on draft or didn't get contracts while are young from elsewhere. Are you talking about the NBA squad or are you talking about the summer league team or like the preseason roster? Sorry, I know I'm a little behind on chat here. Coach Stafford's drafts, I agree. He looks like Bambi. Asenge? I mean, yeah. Well, I personally say Boo's look good. Harper's for chemistry, but I think he reacts slowly when he's doubled at the moment to make an extra pass, or he's just forcing him to take a bad shot when doubled. I mean, yeah, but again, no, I'm not freaking out too much about that right now. he needs to work on his ball handling. And that, again, we all knew, like, if you watch any film on Senge, I think we all knew that Senge needed to work on his ball handling. And I do think that is, like, the first thing that he's going to have to kind of look into is, like, his first development, because I made a comment about this on one of my videos. Like, ball handling is something, and it's not like he needs to be making triple threat moves or anything like that. He doesn't need to be, like, breaking down defenders one-on-one or anything. But just being more consistent with the basketball when you're dribbling, like, that is something that you're going to need. So, like, when you do drive to the basket, you're not, you know, getting stripped from it, or, you know, you're not going to, if you do find someone in your way, like, you're not bobbling the ball and turning it over. Understanding how to effectively get out of, like, a double team scenario or something like that. But it's more so just that, like, you need to have the control to make sure that you're just not making, like, those very simple turnovers. The ball handling for a Senge, it would be the best thing probably to learn now early, or, like, kind of really work on early, because it doesn't necessarily rely on, like, his like, body to kind of develop, right? If he's able to just work on his ball handling first, like, it's not, like, depending on, like, oh, how big are you, how, like, are you not fully coordinated with your athleticism yet or anything like that? Are you not, like, getting stronger in the upper body or anything to help, like, for example, like, finishing at the rack, like, that is definitely more so, like, your core strength, and making sure that your upper body is where it needs to be. Like, that's something that needs to come along with, like, your finishing, your work on your finishing has to come along with, like, the rest of your body. So in my opinion, like, ball handling does not necessarily need that. The one thing that I will say, though, is that if he is still growing, then, like, it will be a difficult task to kind of work on his ball handling a little bit, to try to get the coordination down and everything. But yeah, I'm hoping that is something that he can probably get done first. In general, though, I do think that his hand-eye coordination does need some work. I mean, we did see the moment today where he tipped the ball into our own basket, which is not the worst moment of Summer League. We did see a player, I think it was for OKC, I have to look, it might have been for Brooklyn, honestly. But we did see a player where we saw a jump ball, and that player then went and scored on their own basket after they collected the jump ball. So it's not the worst thing that we've seen in Summer League so far. But I do think, though, overall, like, we're gonna have to see a Senge kind of work on his hand-eye coordination a little bit. So, you know, work on that first. Get a little bit more coordinated with your body. The jump shot, you know, that is definitely important too. But work on some things first that are not going to be like, oh, your body needs to develop for it. I think ball handling is probably the first thing that we can do. Tyler Labamifi, who said some of those the start of the NBA season last year. I mean, yeah, for sure. Kawamura is the winner of Why Is Everyone Cheer for This Guy Who the Hell Is He award. I mean, it is a little bit like that. I do like Kawamura. I do like Yuki. I just wish he was taller. That's just the unfortunate part about it. But you know, as a not tall Asian, I can kind of feel in his shoes. But I like him a lot, but I don't really know what his kind of idea of being in the league would be, besides just like decent backup point guard. But even then, it's a little bit tough. So yeah. Again, though, I feel like a lot of these guards were just not put in places to succeed today. Still see the vision potential of a Senge on the real Rossi, who won't actually be dribbling around a similar role to Julian Phillips. Oh, for sure, yeah, 100%. Yeah, if Senge did play real minutes for the NBA right now, it would definitely be more of a Julian Phillips role early. I want that to change, obviously, when he's older, but early on, I mean, I think that's an okay role to be in for him. Honestly, my expectations for Noah are him to look best was getting on court and him to be active moving off ball for cuts to lay in. That's what he seemed to do well on film. Oh, I mean, yeah. If Giddey can find him on cuts, that'd be great. And in transition, like overall with everybody, that'd be good. But if you guys remember I don't know how many of you watched my film breakdown with the Senge, but like here's the thing that I was a little bit annoyed with when it came to the coaching staff today. Like, a lot of it with a Senge was just kind of in the corner. Now, I do think that he moved around well on the offensive end. Like, we didn't see many back cuts. Like, we did see one at the end, which he didn't catch the ball. But overall, like, his spacing, like, his idea of spacing is good. Like, that's something that's consistent throughout his entire film. Is that, like, when he recognizes someone's driving, like, he understands to get out of the way. And, like, if he has good anticipation what the defense will do and tries to fill the gaps really well. But we mostly just saw that on the perimeter today, and like we didn't see a lot of that in terms of like him moving around on the interior. But then we also saw no plays for him ran today where I talked about it in my film, like whether it was I don't know what the play was, like I don't know what exactly to call it besides just like it looks like a horns flare, but like even then I don't think that's correct. Like I think you can argue it's like wide action that I showed you guys in my film session. Like we saw none of that today. And then we only saw him, like, I think once kind of be, like, a pick-and-roll man today. So, like, none of the things that I thought the Bulls were going to be able to do with him showed up today. Like, they didn't even run any sort of plays that I'm like, oh, yeah, like, that's what I think he can do. You know, be, like, a pick-and-roll man. Or, like, get him running off a pin down or something. And try to see if he can come off a curl action to, you know, catch the ball and be on the move, and so he doesn't have to like break down his defender one-on-one with the dribbling ability, and then just use his length and athleticism just to get to the basket and finish. Like that's kind of what I saw of Asenge in Germany, and yet we're sitting here. I'm just like he's just kind of standing in the corner a lot in the half court if we ever did get there, which again was very limited. In transition, I thought the guys missed him a few times, and I'm not gonna lose sleep over that. So yeah, it's just odd from what I saw today, but again, I'm going to take this game with a grain of salt, honestly. Coaching staff failed. It is what it is. Guys, you know why we all cheer? I know a little guy doing it means people can dream a little more. I mean, there's definitely that aspect, but I do think Yuki has, like, if he's able to, like, show his game, he has, like, a good game. Like, I appreciate what he's able to do with the basketball. He is pretty fun to watch when he's able to kind of get into his own rhythm. Like, he's a pretty fun guy to watch overall. I don't want to know dribbling much. Develop defense, all ball shooting, and cuts first. Probably strengthen his existing stuff and some core basics. I mean, I think that's like kind of what we're all asking from him, no matter what. Like that needs to just kind of happen, no matter what. I'm just talking about like, okay, a lot of people are thinking like, does he need to work on like being a guy in the post or like being a guy who potentially can run like a pick and roll or anything like that? I'm like, no, that's not what we need him to work on yet. Or like trying to figure out ways to finish like highly at the rim, or like try to work on like his one dribble pull-ups or something like that. Like, I don't need that yet. I'm just kind of saying like when it comes to, besides obviously getting bigger, stronger, and then working on his off-ball opportunities and his defense, right? Like, besides the obvious things that he's gonna have to do to become like a good NBA player, like what's like the one thing then that we can maybe like heavily focus on? Whether it's like, hey, working on your ability to shoot off the dribble or something like that, or being a guy that's gonna work on his finishing ability to try to get ways to the basket and finish like extremely effectively. Like I'm just saying that the one thing that I think he could work on, instead of like worrying about any of that, is just like work on your dribbling right now, get better ball control. That does not mean I want you to be doing crossover moves and doing behind the back moves and trying to get one-on-one opportunities and triple threat style, and none of that, bro. I'm just saying that, hey, if you can be a guy that can get the rebound on the defensive end and then bring it up and go coast to coast and you know, get a layup in the other end, and have good ball control through that, like that's a good sign. That is something that I would want for him to have in his arsenal. That does not mean that he's in the half court isolating or running a pick and roll and trying to cross over his man or anything like that. That's none of that. I'm just asking him just to, hey, can we work on this ball handling ability when you do have moments where it's like you don't have the defenders really near you that much. If you get an opportunity to drive, we're just not losing it. That's kind of where I'm looking at. I'm not asking him to work on anything like spectacular BKD or anything like that. Dave Allen is like still probably thinks scoring as many points as possible is how you'll make ME roster. He needs some real friends to help him see what he needs to be better. I mean, yeah, the biggest thing with JFL is just that his this is just consistent from his first time with the Bulls Summer League team. Like, I don't really know what he is still. Like, is he a point guard? Is he a shooting guard? We saw both with the Summer League roster the year prior, or in 2023, where like he had a good Summer League, but there was many moments of him off ball, you know. So yeah, he needs to kind of figure out his identity a little bit better first. But I mean, yeah, like I do think that if he can figure out ways to just be a better ball handler in general, it'll bring him a long way. If you're a guard, right, like you need to have this ball handling ability, like be able to run a pick and roll. Make sure that you're able to get past half court through you know, full court defense, right? Still want to see more from Albridge. Also, you put in a single good position by the coaching staff. I mean, that, and then obviously also the players were not doing well. So yeah, it's a combination of both. Yeah, but again, it's not really his fault, and not really the players' fault either. Everything Giddy, you know what message? Yeah, if Giddy's gonna hopefully be able to find them. They'll look much better against a less aggressive defense tomorrow. I mean, yeah, for sure. Tyler, do not cancel your Vegas trip. Please do not cancel your Vegas trip, please. Do not cancel it. Like, it's still very fun to go, even if the Summer League team is absolute just dog shit right now. No, he sucked now, but how do I get mildly concerned about, say, whatever 18 or 19-year-old can come in and know he'll get minutes just because he's 18 or 19 versus them actually putting in the work? Want to build good habits for eventually and hopefully when we're good again. But don't you think, though, that there are many players in a rebuilding team that probably don't deserve minutes, right? Like, for example, with the Washington Wizards or like the Utah Jazz last season, right? Where the Jazz, they had to hold out John Collins for many, many games. Like, he was healthy, but they held him out, right? Like, Cody Williams had a horrible season last season, but he still played a lot of games, right? But that's kind of the whole process, right? Because if he doesn't play those games, then like, how is he gonna get better? I know the argument is that, well, he needs to earn that time, but don't you think it's more detrimental for him to not play and he doesn't get any of that time? So it's like he doesn't know what to work on if he's not getting that time. So if you're Utah, for example, like, I'm okay with what they did last season, where they held out their vets for many games and they were trying to develop their young guys. Like, I'm okay with that. Like, with the Wizards, same thing. Like, they held out, like, or honestly, they didn't really have many vets on their roster, but like they just played a lot of their young guys. Like Charlotte also, and now granted, Charlotte had a ton of injuries, but like they went and played a lot of guys. Like, I think that's important for a guy's development. Especially as they're pretty young, to try to kind of figure out, like, what do I need to work on early? Because if they're just sitting around and just getting 8 minutes a game, then isn't that problematic for them of being like, well, what do we got to do? Because the thing is with some of these guys is, like, for example, if you have a 30-year-old NBA, like, 10-year vet on your roster, right, that has been on many teams, but has been around and is very clearly an NBA level player, okay? And then you got a 19-year-old over here that was just recently drafted, or a 20-year-old, okay? Then basically there is no moment in time, unless that 19 or 20-year-old was like a top-level pick here, at no moment in time is that 19-year-old gonna ever deserve to be able to be playing over that 30-year-old. Like, there is probably not gonna be ever a moment in time when that is a possibility. So I just kind of look at that and I'm like, well, that's not gonna help this young player develop if he's just gonna be riding the bench and you're basically saying earn your minutes. Well, it's like, well, when is he ever gonna play? So I personally think that if you're gonna be rebuilding, then you need to play your young guys, just flat out. You can still bench your young guys when they're not playing well. There's always plenty of people at the end of the bench, whether they're young or older, that if your main young guys in a rebuilding squad are not playing well, then you can always just bench them. But I feel like that, again, reminder, the Bulls are never going to do this, by the way, what I'm saying. The Bulls are never going to do this. So if you're worried about Asenge, you know, getting extra minutes because he didn't earn it yet, then that's never going to happen on this team. I promise you that. Like, Asenge, like, well, he'll probably be getting a lot of DMP CDs this season, all right? But at least in my opinion, I'm like, no, these young guys got to go and play. Yeah, I'm just personally just looking at this as very differently, Darius. Like, that's just the way I look at it. I know a lot of people take the Patrick Williams situation as a example as what you're saying. As like Patrick Williams was put in the starting lineup early, you know, didn't have to fight his way into getting a starting job, and then it's like kind of been that having that starting spot for a while until he got benched again. I understand there's that concern, but I also look at it kind of differently in that, hey, well, and when you look at that, if you look at that roster for that Bull squad, like, there wasn't really any small forward on that roster that you can like specifically argue as like, oh yeah, like they're by far and away like better than Patrick Williams is, and they might be better, but like they weren't like by far and away better, which is the reason why I'm saying that like rebuilding squads, like it's just kind of that sort of situation where it's just like, yeah, you have a young guy and you don't really have any competition for him, right? But there is always, no matter what, if he's just playing like absolute garbage, then you can always just like bench him for someone else. But I don't think that just because the Patrick Williams situation happened does not mean then, oh, we were wrong about how we developed guys. Buzelis, what he did, right, like this past season, I think is honestly extremely impressive for what he did. Which I know a lot of people are like, that's why they love him. But if it was up to me personally, I would have played Buzelis a lot more last season than what he played. For some people, they think that what Buzelis got last season was perfectly fine. In terms of earning your minutes, you know, not getting guaranteed minutes early, earning your minutes, and trying to fight your way into the rotation. And then eventually he was then the starter near the end of the season. But at least in my opinion, I personally would not have gone that way. I think Buzelis would have eventually just became the starter no matter what, just because the Bulls lack guys at the current moment in time, because Patrick Williams sucks, that would be playing his position at an effective rate. Like he already, at least in my head, was too good in terms of being able to block shots and, you know, be a guy on the floor that goes up and down in transition. And it's like, I need that on the floor. You're too versatile just to keep off the floor when it comes to this specific Bulls team. So at least in my opinion, I'm like, no, he should have played a hell of a lot more than he did last season, and it sucks that he didn't. But we don't get that, right? We're the Bulls, and we're trying to get the play-in tournament. So I don't know. That's just my opinion with how it goes at the end of the day. But all I'm just gonna say is just that the Bulls won't have that sort of game plan of my game plan, right? The Bulls are gonna have we're gonna try to win 39 games this season game plan, which is we're playing our butts as much as possible. We're gonna be playing, you know, the main guys no matter what. Development is not a priority, clearly, for the players on the roster this season, unless you're in the G League. So yeah, we don't have to worry about it. I mean, I lose Terry and some others. I personally wouldn't want the dead money on my books, but you want to trade Terry? I'm cool with trading Terry, honestly. But I personally wouldn't want the dead money on my books, honestly. Probably would take a lot less for Vooch than most, of course, just to open the spot up before Vooch says no value. I mean, yeah, if the Bulls were just smart, they would have traded Vooch by now. But please, someone fleeces for Io or even Kobe. I personally don't want that because this Bulls asset pool is very bad. So I need the Bulls to get good value for either of those guys. So I have to ask out of curiosity, is there a site where you can compare a second game pre-draft measurements to Giannis directly? So I can't tell you specifically, but this is the site that I always go to. So this is the Combine Anthro like measurements that they have out. I can't guarantee that Giannis is here. Am I in the wrong draft? This is the wrong draft. Yes. Let's see. Is this the right draft? Honestly, I don't remember. God, I'm so bad with my years. I think this is the right draft. 2014, yeah. Okay. So, unfortunately, Giannis did not measure, it looks like, and probably because he was in Greece. So we unfortunately do not have these measurements for Giannis, which really sucks. Let's see, NBA Draft Net. So Giannis, I think there might be some measurements in this whole, yeah. So this is NBA Draft Net, and again, we don't really know what his exact measurements were, I guess, but like they have some measurements here. And so here's this. So they did spell his name differently, if you're wondering. This is not a typo or anything. This is actually Giannis. They did spell it. This was how he spelled his name. Like 7'3" wingspan. He said standing at 6'9". That's kind of it. So don't really know. It is kind of scarily similar. Won't be 19 until December. So pretty similar with how that was, with the Senge. Average 8 points and 5 rebounds in Greek A2. So yeah, it is kind of similar with what we're looking at, but not putting that expectation on a Senge. No one really should have that expectation at all. That website, God, is ruining my PC. Holy shit. Is that picks its players, please? I mean, yeah. Watching a film breakdown film session, I checked him out a little before and agreed a lot with it. I mean, yeah, like I understand that maybe a lot of people are like hella concerned about the fact that he doesn't have like an on-ball type of game right now. But for me, it's more so just like, hey, I think that if he can get just in general, if he could get a 3-point jump shot, okay, that's relatively consistent, then you're looking at a guy that, I mean, just from even this game, you're looking at a guy that I think can guard 1 through 4, okay? Ideally, he can rebound more effectively than what we saw today, but he's gonna have to work on some of his hands and, not and work on his hand-eye coordination a little bit there. But no matter what, then, like, if he doesn't turn into a superstar, like, you're looking at a guy that, like, he can guard 1 through 4, and then he can shoot the 3 ball off the catch and shoot. Like, that's already a very effective player in and of itself, right? It's just that you take that, right, and then if he gets any sort of on-ball ability and is able to potentially be like a screen and roll type of guy, or even then a guy in the post up or something like that, like, then you're looking at something that's even more special, right? So that's just the way that I always kind of looked at drafts, right? It's just like, hey, what is your kind of floor that I kind of project you as? Which, I mean, honestly, I know that like Senge could be a next Bruder Caboclo where he might not even, be a guy on the floor. But I think that's kind of why I look at him. And then his ceiling is like, hey, if he ever even is able to dribble the ball just even a little bit, get some sort of triple threat type of game, like, then you're looking at something that is extremely efficient, can get to the free throw line, and be a pretty big force on the offensive end, especially when he gets downhill. Like, that's kind of the idea. So it's a risk. I'm very much aware. But just because it's a risk is not why I'm like, oh, we need to just like stay away from him or anything like that. Like that, the Bulls need this sort of risk. They also just in general, they just need these sort of players on the team. So like, if you're really that worried about like need versus, best player available when it comes to the draft, I mean, like the Bulls are horrific defensively. So like, if there's anything this Bulls team need, is that they need size and they need better defense, which I think Asenga can bring both. It might take a bit, but I think he can bring both. So if that is the case, then like, if you're so scared about the need for the team, then like, I think you can bring both. But I think overall, the upside to me is too much to pass up on. He might turn into nothing. He might honestly turn into nothing, and I'm very much aware that is a possibility. But I think he'll be more than nothing, at least in my head. I think he'll be an impactful player. But it's gonna take some time. So we just gotta be patient, man. Putting him in the corner seems like a diamond thing. that's a dominant offense, right? I mean, hell, we even saw Buzelis a lot in the corner last season, and he's, we saw today has on-ball ability. So, yeah, this is for sure a Billy Donovan thing. You guys one of the two tiniest that were flying on Japan team in the World Cup for sure. Oh yeah. We're just for Noah for rebounds and fast breaks. I would hope he either passes up to Giddey to make a better up-court pass and sprints the court, or gives it up to someone else. He is faster off ball. So I'm actually going to disagree with that as well. I think that Asenge has shown in his time in Germany that he is pretty quick with the basketball when he's able to get downhill. His ability to get to the free throw line, I think, is very important. And the only way he's going to get there is if he does have the ball. So I personally disagree with that statement overall. Giving it to Giddey is fine, but I think that to be a good fast break team, you need to have multiple people. It can't just be that Josh Giddey is the only guy leading your fast break. That is not how you're going to be a good fast break team. It's just not the case. Giddey was obviously a big part of the fast break last season, but one of the biggest reasons why the Bulls were a fantastic fast break team was because Kobe White was one of the league leaders in fast break points. So I personally am going to disagree with that overall. I think that having a Senge, having guys like Buzelis, like having a guy like Buzelis who's able to bring the ball off the court and off of rebound and just push it, like that is very important. You need guys like that overall. So I personally am just going to disagree with that statement. I know that people will disagree, but and I know you'll disagree with me with that too, Charles. But for me personally, I think that getting a Sengi that sort of ability is very important. If you're wondering, if I'm not just making shit out of my ass here, okay? Like Kobe White was one of the best players in transition last season. Hell, he was at the top in terms of points per game in transition. So, like having multiple guys that are able to run in transition are very important in this league. It's not points per possession because obviously that's a different story. But like, there's a points per game in transition. Kobe White was at the very top. So take that with what you will. Also, Zach Levine was here, if you're wondering, on two squads. So there's that. Yeah. I don't know, honestly, where Giddey was in this. I don't think he was really a scorer, obviously. But here's Giddey. He's over here. So want this number to go up for Giddey. This is a little too low, at least in my opinion. But hopefully this number goes up. It should go up, honestly. Yeah. I think that's important for a second to have. Are people being a bit upset JFL didn't make the team a couple years ago? Do you remember that people said that, oh, we have JFL, we don't need to re-sign Ayo Dosunmu, like we don't need to re-sign Ayo, right? Because Ayo was a restricted free agent, and there were legitimately people saying that we didn't need to re-sign Ayo. I was just like, what are you talking about? Like, Ayo needs to definitely be re-signed. And then Ayo goes and has a really good year. So yeah, he's a scoring that doesn't make good decisions or defend. He's a good scorer, but not NBA level. Oh yeah, he's definitely not NBA level scorer for sure. Yeah, he needs. JFL needs to figure out a lot of things, honestly. Less learning, more time to give promise and growth. If you're weaker and don't show your growth, you get less into you and more to another prospect. I mean, yeah, there's definitely that for sure too. But I just really value the playing time for young guys just because I think that is a good development time. Like, if a Senge is just riding the bench this entire season, then I think it's a waste of a season. So, him going to the G League, like that's I think a good decision. So if he's not going to be getting time with the NBA level squad, then get him time in the G League. Like, you need to play. But obviously, if you're a team that only has young guys, then like you need to play those young guys. I think that's a perfectly fine thing, and it's good overall. It's good overall development for them if they can play that. Also, win every game you can. The issue is more having vets that have no purpose or style or leadership in the team. Yeah. Rather the earning minutes thing, I just don't want a situation where the young players are bringing it in practice and we're just giving him minutes just because he's young. I mean, I agree with that, Darius, but here's the thing. If he's not bringing it in practice and he's, not showing up to practice, or he's just like lollygagging out there during practice or whatever, or he's not very clearly working on his game, right? One, he won't get paid. Two, he'll get less minutes. Like, he'll at some point, players are going to pass him up that very clearly are also young on the squad, and they'll be getting their minutes instead. Like, if the player's not going to give the effort and work on their game, then they will. I just think that no matter what, they're just gonna get passed up. Like they're not gonna be ready, and they're not gonna be a impactful enough player to the point where it's just like, okay, you're not working your ass off, but this guy is, and right now that guy is being more impactful than you. Like I just think that's just what's just gonna happen. Again, I'm very much aware the Patrick Williams situation happened. Okay, now here's the thing. I'm not here saying that P. Will is a non-worker. I think he works, but I think that there's parts of his game that I thought that could be, opened up for him, but he has not worked on that specifically. It does not mean he's not a hard worker. It just means that I feel like he's not working on some of his game that I feel like he could, which is probably a mental thing, honestly. Players on the Bulls should be earning less minutes though. I don't know about that. I mean, I think definitely the guys near the end of the bench. I mean, like, overall though, I mean, who are we talking about? Like, are we talking about like Kevin Huerter and like Zach Collins, like Jalen Smith? Like, Jalen Smith was like benched legitimately near the end of the season, so. Vucevic, I think, is the obvious one, but I mean, like, we all agree he should just be traded. I mean, yeah. He wasn't a perfect example. I do not want another P. Will, but again, though, it's just like I don't think there's gonna be another P. Will situation here. Like P. Will is, I think he's much more about mental, where it's just like, even if you made Patrick Williams try to earn his minutes, I don't think this would have changed him. Like, I think he just is who he is at this point. And whether he was getting, starter minutes at the beginning of his career, or he's legitimately riding the bench, okay? Like, no matter what, I look at him, I'm just like, I think he just turned out the same, because he doesn't have a mental issue, at least in my head, that is preventing him from becoming a better player. He's very much stuck in what his own fantasy game of his own fantasy land of what his sort of game is. He doesn't want to become better, and that's his issue. Him being on the bench, I don't think it would have helped him. I think that honestly would have made things worse for him, but that's just my thing at the end of the day. I was really getting that many DMPs, I'd be livid. I mean, get ready. That's all I'm gonna say. People should have lost minutes is the thing. Some players are much better in practice or in a game relatively in a sport. We all know some are amazing outside too, like preseason Ben Simmons. I mean, yeah, preseason Ben Simmons is obviously a thing. I mean, like, if you're wondering, by the way, like, I know, like, Giddy, like, the workout videos are coming out. Like, I don't really take stock in that. Bro, I have seen many, and it's not just Bulls athletes. I've seen many athletes post these workout videos. I'm just like, I'd much rather have you just not post these at all. Because I feel like you're putting an expectation on yourself because you're showing things in your workout that I'm like, you're not gonna be showing these in game. Like Ben Simmons shooting 3-point shots in his workout video. I'm just like, brother, I dare you to shoot that in a game, and he doesn't shoot it in a game. Like, I just don't care about these workout videos at all, honestly. Patrick Williams is another guy where like he's like posting these workout videos, and I'm just like, I genuinely do not care. You need to just go show me in a game. Like that's all I care about. So like, go show in preseason that you're a better player. And then we can talk, but yeah, I'm not really here for the workout videos, honestly. So yeah, Patrick, like, preseason he might have shown something different, or in practice he might have shown that he overall deserved more minutes in practice. However, I do think with Pat there's important things to keep in mind. That one, okay, the Bulls, when it comes to their positional depth, when Pat was playing a lot, the Bulls did not have a lot of guys to replace him, right? The main replacement was Lonzo Ball, honestly, it was more Alex Caruso, but the main replacement for Patrick Williams, if you're remembering, right, was Alex Caruso coming in off the bench, and then you run small, where you run DeRozan at the 4, LaVine at the 3, and you run Lonzo and Caruso in the backcourt, right? That was the main replacement. And then that required Lonzo Ball to be there, right? And Lonzo obviously missed a lot of time. Caruso also missed some time. So your idea of, hey, he didn't deserve the minutes. He probably didn't deserve the minutes, and he probably should have gotten less minutes. But where's the positional depth? Like, it's just not a thing. The Bulls were so guard heavy that it was just like, okay, like this is just very clearly a problem. when they finally did get positional depth for that position, aka drafting Booz Ellis, hey, guess what? Patrick Williams got benched this season. So, like, I just think that if you're having a young team out there and you have a bunch of guys that are young, and you're all trying to fight for positions, like, I think you'll find ways to bench guys that deserve to be benched. Hey, you need to play certain guys for sure because they're your future. They're your young talent. They need to develop. They need to understand what they need to work on. But if they're generally just playing awfully, then you can go ahead and bench them. It'd be fine. I think you're able to find that. The Bulls, though, right? The Bulls were in this horrible situation with AK where they have a guard-heavy stacked roster, and you're a middling team, and you have no forward depth. Hence why you're a middling team. You have no forward depth. And they were heavily reliant on Patrick Williams to become a good player for them to help support the main guys, and he never did, right? So I personally just look at it as very different situations where I'm looking at this Bulls middling team that needed Patrick Williams, had no forward depth, and had a bunch of injuries that also ruined their depth. And the roster construction's awful. Hence then he gets all these minutes that he doesn't deserve. But you know, that's the Bulls in a nutshell. But once Booz Ellis came in, Patrick Williams is benched, right? So if you draft correctly and you bring in a bunch of young guys that you should be bringing in, then if someone's playing like garbage, then they'll be benched. You'll have enough guys to fill in the roster spots. Because guess what? You're not playing to win. Like, if someone's generally playing that bad, right, then you're not playing to win, right? So it's like you're not like trying to force the issue of being like, hey, I need you out there just because like you're our best chance to help us win, and you may not be playing well, but like you're our best chance to help us win, which was the Bulls situation, right? But if you're not playing to win and someone's playing god awful, then just bench them. Like I just look at it just differently, at least in my head. There's all these takes, Charles. Law. No, and no. Oh, wait, what are we talking about? Oh, these. Yeah. I mean, look, we're here to talk, right? We're not gonna all agree. Whom you can have the ones we know are not in the future, of course, but just want open spots, etc. At the player. Is the future one is able to get anything traded for them, then they have no use. My only issue though is just the amount of money on the books. Then it's just dead. But I guess if assuming that if the Bulls are able to get Giddey like under 25 million per year, then I guess it wouldn't really matter too much. Sure. I mean, the biggest one obviously is Javon Carter. Like, if you're wondering, like, yeah, I'm okay if we waive Javon Carter. That's perfectly fine. His money is stuck here. Like, there's legitimately no use for him to be here. Like, if we waive Javon Carter, I get it. That's perfectly fine. Now, the problem is, though, is the guys, like, for example, like, if, let's say, for example, they're like, hey, let's waive Kevin Huerter. I'm like, I don't know about that one. Ideally, I want to just try to see if there's a trade or something that we can get for him, or just get, I just don't want to, like, have his dead money on this year's books, honestly. Just in case that, like, we do need to go and make another trade, and, like, we just have $18 million of dead money on the books. But that's just my opinion at the end of the day. Like, I don't know how much trade value he would have, but who knows. Vooch, obviously, I know a lot of people are like, get rid of him. I think someone's got to take him, but if you really can't find anything for him, then yeah, go ahead and waive him. I can maybe get behind that. But even though, God, I'll say no that still. Like, I just worry about the money, honestly, where it's just like, oh, it's just going to prevent us from, like, being able to take out a contract or something like that. Because if you're wondering what always goes through my head, like, the Bulls have a trade exception. So, like, there is actually legitimately a world where, like, the Bulls could, like, take on money for, like, some sort of pick or something like that. Where, sorry, we're not at overview. I need to go to overview. Yeah, I mean, like, this is still here. Like, this $17 million is a thing, and, like, assuming Giddey does sign for, like, around $25 million, then, like, we're not gonna have $17 million to the luxury, or before the luxury tax. Like we'll have some money before the luxury tax, but it won't be $17 million. So like making sure there's a avenue to maybe try to get these guys off or something, I think is kind of important. But Javon Carter, for example, like, yeah, you can go ahead and waive him. That's fine. He doesn't make that much. Like, he's no use for him being here. Maybe some contending team could use him. Like, this is fine. Maybe try to get a buyout from him to lower his contract a little bit, but waiving him is fine. I can get on board with that. But anybody else, I'm a little bit like, if we're talking like up here, I'm scared. Like, this is a lot. Like, this is just dead money that I don't want to just have for the season. Dalen Terry is definitely interesting, but I'm okay just keeping him around for this year, if anything. But I would personally rather trade him if we can. Yeah. I think it's beneficial to make the young guys outplay the vets to see if they have any dog in them too. Okay. I personally disagree with that, Darius, just because I feel like I'll see if a guy has the dog in him just from how they play. But, you know, we'll disagree on that too. You want Kobe and IO traded to while their deals are cheaper and they fit a different timeline to boost future potential star. So I think Kobe should be traded. We'll see about IO if the offers are good. Oh yeah, we'll just have to see. I think there is an argument to keep IO. With Kobe, I struggle to find a way for me to say we should keep Kobe. At least again, this is going off the way that I would rebuild the squad right now, because again, the Bulls are not rebuilding. That's the thing right now. The problem is that the Bulls are not rebuilding. So like the Bulls are not going to make the, you know, build for the future sort of trades. They're making the win now trades, or what they think is helping now but also for the future, and the young players with experience bullshit that they like to run. So no, me personally, I think you need to trade Kobe, but I don't think they will. I think they're keeping Kobe. If I'm making a guess, I think they are trading IO. I think that is probably the worst guy to trade between the two. But you know, that's not shocking at the end of the day. The only argument for me that I can figure out a way with Kobe is just that, okay, you really think that last season, that March that he had, which I don't believe that was real. And I'm talking about player of the month level March. We're talking player of the month level Kobe White that we saw in March. Like, let's be honest, how many player of the months is Kobe White going to be getting the rest of his career? Like, I don't see that personally. If he does get like a lot more, then I'm truly sorry. I've completely misjudged him. Then you can call me the biggest idiot in the world if you want to do that. If Kobe White goes out and gets like 15 more players in the month in his career, you know what? Yeah, I'm the biggest idiot in the world. But I don't see that happening. He did officially average 20 points per game last season. It just, a lot of it was because of his player in the month of March. So the argument to keep him is just that you really do believe that this guy is turning into your future star. I'm concerned about that sort of idea. I don't see future star. I think genuinely people don't understand how hard it is to become an all-star in this league. I understand that like the argument is like, oh wow, Kobe, like, hey, he's almost there. He's just averaged 20 points per game. The problem is that, especially when you're looking around the league right now, like these guys, like, I mean, hell, it happened to even Levine. The guys there are just basically just kind of scorers and don't really do anything else. Like they're not really highly valuable at this moment in time. Like Norman Powell got traded for nothing. Or I guess I shouldn't say that. Like Norman Powell got traded for John Collins, but like the Heat got Norman Powell for nothing basically. Colin Sexton got just waived. Like, did he? Honestly, I don't even remember what. No, he got traded for basically nothing. Jordan Clarkson got waived. Like, these guys just don't have much value because a lot of teams think that they're just not that valuable. So hence then it's just like, unless you're going to be going out there and you're making sure that you're giving me 20, 25, 26 and 9 on good efficiency, like, Like, keeping him around is just, it's hard. And then obviously it's just like, if you're trying to say like, oh, well, we'll re-sign him then trade him. Like, how many times have we seen the Bulls try to do that? They re-sign Zach, they try to trade him, his value's lower. They re-sign Patrick Williams, they try to trade him, his value's lower. Like, just when you pay a guy a lot of money, which Kobe White's going to demand a lot of money, then it's going to be hard to trade him. It just straight up is, especially in this new CBA. So I think you need to trade Kobe personally, but I really struggle finding a way to just say, yeah, you're going to keep him, besides just saying that you think he will genuinely be the all-star for this squad moving forward. Like, he is the guy. Like, it's not Giddey, right? Like, that's what you're saying. Like, you're saying that Kobe White is going to be the main scorer for this Bulls team moving forward. Because the thing that bothers me a lot with a lot of Bulls fans right now is that they think that for some reason that they think that like this whole idea of a world where I honestly think that it's like the Jordan years maybe screwed the Bulls over, some Bulls fans over, but like for some reason they think that there's a world where like Kobe can be a 26 point per game scorer, but he won't be the best player or one of the top 2 players on this squad. Josh Giddey will be the best player on this team, but he's only averaging like 14 points per game and 12 assists or whatever. And Buzelis is then also going to turn into a star, but he's only averaging like 17 a game or something like that. Like, there's just like this world that like Bulls fans try to like live in their fantasy world of just like, okay, if Kobe White is averaging 26 points per game, he gets the ball and he is the main ball handler. Like, Josh Giddey is no longer the main ball handler. If Kobe White's averaging 26 points per game on great efficiency, okay, he is the guy then. It's not Josh Giddey, okay? Josh Giddey will no longer be the main ball handler on this squad anymore if Kobe White goes out and averages 26 points per game on great efficiency, okay? Straight up. That is just the facts, right? But for some reason, people think that it would somehow be possible that you can have Giddey be the ball handler and be a main dominant ball handler, and then Kobe is somehow still averaging 26 to 27 points per game without being one of the main ball handlers. Like, it just doesn't make any sense in my head that some people think that way, but like people somehow think that way. And that's why I'm just like, okay, let's just be honest about Kobe. He is, at least in my opinion, he's not getting there. Okay. Hell, I don't think he's getting to 25. I don't think he's even getting 24. So if you're not going to be full out just at this point in his career, if you're not going to be fully invested in him being the main guy in terms of being the main ball handler, then why are you keeping him around? Like, I don't really see this world where he somehow becomes pretty like a really good player, where he's playing this off-ball role, where he's also bringing stuff defensively, somehow finding assists, even though he's playing off-ball according to you guys, and he would have to increase his rebounding, but like the biggest thing is that he'd have to become a really good defender. Problem is that he doesn't have the physical tools to become that. So I really struggle with how some people look at this whole situation. Like, for me, it's pretty just obvious that it's just like, okay, you think Kobe White's gonna become the all-star, then he gets the ball. Okay, it's not Josh Giddey anymore. Like, you give it to Kobe. We're not giving it to Giddey anymore. So, but for some reason, Bulls fans still think that no, we can have a Jason Kidd on our team in terms of the offensive end with Josh Giddey or Rajon Rondo, for example. But then we can also still somehow have like Ray Allen, but also Paul Pierce combined. Like, I don't understand that. It just in today's world with how the NBA works, that's just not going to happen. You need the guys that are going to be their main ball handlers. They have to score. They're just straight up. They have to score. So I don't know. I really I have a hard time with how some Bulls fans imagine this whole thing. So to me, it's just obviously I think you should just trade Kobe. Unless you just don't want Giddey around, then and you're fully invested in Kobe, okay, sure. Then there's that argument for you, I guess. But then, I think a lot of people would disagree with that argument of like, oh no, we get rid of Giddey now and we fully invest into Kobe. Like, it's kind of whatever March you invest into most. Like, do you value Giddey's March most, or do you value Kobe's March most? Like, I don't. It's up to you guys. I do think it is pretty hypocritical from a lot of people that say that they think Giddey's second half of the season was valid, but then Kobe White's is not. I'll say that for sure. If you're wondering from me, I've been pretty consistent about saying that I don't believe either of those second halves were the true showings of either player. But I've been adamant in saying that if I'm keeping one, I'm keeping Giddey. So, I'm sticking to my plan. But I I have yet to hear an argument from me where I'm like, okay, yeah, like that makes a lot of sense to why Kobe can stick around, but he won't be like the main ball handler in the squad. And you think he's gonna somehow turn into an all-star without the ball in his hands? I struggle. So, there needs to be some major steps. So, look, I could be wrong about Kobe. Kobe can turn into something special, but I don't personally see it. I have a hard time seeing it. So, if that is the case, then I do think that some team can find a really good use for him to be a scoring threat off the bench, 6-man role. Some contending team could really use that, but the only way to get him there is if you trade him now, because I'm not personally trading. I'm not gonna I just don't see a way you're gonna be able to trade him when he's getting paid a lot more money. I really do struggle to see that, but I don't know, man. It's a lot of different opinions at the end of the day. I'm willing to listen to everything, but I do think that some people are not really paying attention to what I think is necessary when it comes to what I think a rebuild should entail. I think a lot of people are looking at this Bulls squad and they think that they're rebuilding, but they're not rebuilding. They're extremely still fighting for the play-in tournament. And they're trying to make the playoffs but not spend a lot of money. They're trying to make the playoffs but not give a guy a max contract. They're trying to make the playoffs on a okay-ish level squad, no superstar on the team. Don't really care about the future, clearly. Don't value draft picks. So I don't think we're rebuilding. Therefore, I'm like, okay, I would do this personally. If you are a person that wants to keep Kobe White, I have good news for you. I think he's staying. So if you're that adamant that you think that Kobe's going to become this like amazing player moving forward, then congratulations. I think AK is also with you. So or in terms of how he gets to keeping Kobe White, I think he is on that side of keeping Kobe White. He may not get to that same conclusion as you do, because AK wants to build a team of just 9 to 10 good players and no superstar. So I don't think he agrees with the idea that Kobe's gonna become something great, but he just says that he's a good player and we're just gonna keep him around. So that's just, I don't love that. I really don't like that at all. Yeah, there needs to be something different, at least in my opinion, than what I see them. All of them, absolutely not. You're assuming they'll draft the future star when they have shown you their inability to develop players. If this is what you think though, Tyler, then like, don't you hate the Asenge pick then? Like, for me personally, I don't hate the Asenge pick. I am aware that like, yeah, they have not shown any sort of ability to draft a guy to become his future superstar, but just because that is the case, that I'm just like, well, I still think you need to take a risk for it. But if that, either way though, like, shouldn't then you want to then probably trade some of these guys then? But I don't know. You don't like this team with those two, you'll hate it without them. But that's kind of the point though, is that like, I don't really think this team's going anywhere. So they'll probably more likely a miss than a hit, but it's just that potential. Oh, I mean, I think most players are most likely a miss than a hit, just in general. But sure, if you want to say that Senge has a higher chance of being a miss, then I guess. But I think no matter, like, a lot of players come into this league and a lot of them are misses. Like, how it works. I don't see Kobe being a part of a contending roster outside of a 6-man at best. I mean, I can maybe see a world where he is starting, but like, he is very clearly, like, at most he is the third option, but like, even then I don't even know. He's gonna have to like be on like a really good, if he's starting, he's gonna have to be on a really good defensive team, and he's gonna have to be set up for a lot of shots. Like, if he, for example, like, if he went right now and played with the Denver Nuggets, like, he goes into that Christian Brown role, I think, pretty well, except for obviously the lack of defense, right? Jokic and Murray are the main two guys, and then you can argue who's number 3. I mean, Aaron Gordon, honestly, you know, you can argue is number 3 now, but like, Cam Johnson, you know, is who he is, but like, Kobe White could probably slide into the like Christian Brown role right now as a good shooter, good player in transition, can work off of Jokic pretty effectively, but Jokic is obviously setting up for the most stuff. But like he won't be averaging 20 points per game. But if he goes and shoots an efficient, overall level of like, hey, I'm gonna go out and average 14 on efficient shooting, then that's pretty valuable for a Denver Nuggets team that should shoot a lot of threes. So like there's a world, but we'll see. Patrick Ewing will be too much with the good free agency coming up. It will be interesting to see how much he gets, because I think that a lot of teams are not valuing players like Kobe right now. And hence, again, like Colin Sexton got traded for nothing. Jordan Clarkson got waived. Norman Powell, like the Heat got him for basically nothing. Like, I think that these sort of players are not very valuable at the moment. So I don't really know how much Kobe's actually going to get. In my head, he's at least getting the Emmanuel Quickley contract, because that's what his agents could be fighting for. I don't know. I genuinely do not know. I honestly have no clue at the end of the day what his value will be. So it could be a lot less. It could be a lot more, honestly. Honestly though, from what his production has been, like he at least to me, from in terms of production wise, where he can right now just basically just pull up his stat sheet and just be like, hey, so like my numbers versus Emmanuel Quickley's numbers right now. Like you can argue that he's been better than, like he has, I'll even just give it to him. Like he's been better than Emmanuel Quickley the past 2 seasons, right? So Emmanuel Quickley's making $162.5 million in his contract. So Kobe's like, why not me? Maybe it's not exactly 162 million, but it's like 150 million, right? So that there's definitely that for sure. That Kobe can like look at. So we'll see. We will definitely see what sort of contract he'll get here. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure at this current moment in time. I think it'll be on the higher end, but I could be wrong, honestly. Meanwhile, defensively could still be impressive as a rookie, but he'd actually need play time during the season, some consistent minutes. But I don't know if Billy will actually bring him along. No, I don't think Billy's gonna bring him along at all. So yeah, I agree with you with that part. In terms of being like a really effective rookie, I don't know about that either. Like I don't know if he'll have like the impact of like being like on the second team all rookie, but I do think defensively he could have some impact for if he was playing some minutes, but we'll see. Reacting way too deeply to his first summer league game as an 18-year-old. Oh, you disagree, I see. I'm looking at reels before summer league. The game has barely shaped my view it. I know I view it if at all more. Who's showing growth areas for growth? I think that really this game should not be shaping anyone's views, like being dead serious, besides for the coaching staff, and say the coaching staff deserves a big fat L. That's this summer league game, in my opinion, is just that if there's anything you should take away from it, is that the coaching staff is awful, or did an awful job this game. So maybe it'll be better down the road. Not impressed at all. Interviews on Kobe are usually the only big divergence generally in Bill's future. I think you two are definitely on very different sides when it comes to Kobe. I also think that Tyler, you also are very much on the side of, hey, I want to win now. Like, what can we do to make this team better now? And I'm not saying that, like, I guess I should make it more clear. You're not saying that, oh, like, we need to try to make every single move possible to, like, try to win as many games as possible. But you are looking at more so, like, what is the need of the team versus for someone like me, for example, is like, I just, like, I don't really care what the team needs. I just more so look at just like, hey, how much young talent do we have? How many assets in terms of being able to acquire young talent do we have? And I think the Bulls are not in a good spot. So for me personally, I'm just like, if I don't really believe in your future too much, hence I look at this roster and the only guys that are really like in the young category are like Buzelis and Asenge. And I guess also you can say Phillips because this is his age 22 season, I guess. And then, we're waiting on Giddey here, but like this is age 26. Like Okoro's gonna be 25. This will be age 25 season for Kobe. Like Patrick is now 24. Like Patrick's not young anymore, at least in my opinion. Like I don't look at him as being a young player. He's about to enter his 6th season. Like it's not young to me. So I don't know. I'm not. It's just kind of just a difference of how we would like try to build the team overall. You very clearly value a guy like Kobe, a guy that is a pretty good scorer, right? And look, I also really value scoring. Hell, I've been saying that like I don't think Giddey can be the main ball handler for a winning team because I don't think he's gonna be able to score enough. But at the same time, I've also been saying that I don't know if Kobe's ever gonna become that either. But I mean, he is very clearly, right at this current moment in time, like Kobe is the best scorer on this current roster. So you very clearly value that, and you know I respect that. For me though, just because of like, and probably similar to Charles too, it's like, yeah, he might be the best scorer on this roster. We just don't really care too much about this current roster. We care about, hey, do guys develop? We don't really care about this regular season record, honestly. But God, I am sorry if you can hear that. That is a loud thunder hit. Sorry if you can hear that. But yeah, it's just kind of just different views of how we look at things. Personally, like I know it does sound kind of weird with how I view Kobe because it's like I truly did value LaVine a lot. Like I valued LaVine tremendously, but I will also admit though that the guys that are like LaVine who are basically just scorers, like you really aren't that valuable unless you are putting up what LaVine put up last season, which is like his numbers were out of this world in terms of efficiency. Like there does come a point in time where like, as much as like, for example, like I could talk about DeRozan's mid-range game where like DeRozan shoots way too many mid-range shots for my liking, and I'm just like, you're not as valuable, except unless when he had like his MVP caliber season with the Bulls in his first year, where it's like, hey, if you're hitting like almost every single mid-range shot, then obviously that becomes pretty valuable, right? But you know, DeRozan obviously can't do that and be Superman every season. With LaVine, like I can also understand where people are scared because it's like, hey, you're basically just getting like, you know, 24 points per game on elite efficiency. But if he's not putting that up in a game, then it's like, what does he do? Now, the one thing that I do think of LaVine is underrated with is just the like his overall gravity as a player. I do think is underrated. Like similar to what Steph is. Like Steph has his gravity all over the floor, right? And I do think LaVine also does have that does not show up in the box score, for example, because he just shoots at an elite percentage from 3-point range. Is a threat legitimately anywhere on the floor. So not just gravity in terms of like 3-point shooting, but then also just gravity because of his interior finishing. Like there's also that part to LaVine's game that like, I don't think people give enough credit for, because like he does do a lot on the offensive end that people don't always see. Kobe, on the other hand, is just that he just doesn't have that efficiency, right? But he does have the transition game, which is obviously pretty important. But he doesn't have the same LaVine efficiency, so it's like, does he have that same sort of gravity that LaVine has? I don't know. I would disagree. I don't think he does have it currently. His finishing at the rim is also not as good as Zach's is. And Kobe, unfortunately, just from raw numbers, he is just more inconsistent. So it just kind of comes in like this like whole balance of like, okay, like you're a good scorer, but like, what are you really like? What true value do you really bring? If you're a extremely damn good scorer, right, and you're extremely efficient, then oh yeah, you're pretty valuable to the team. I think honestly, I mean, you could honestly even argue that even this guy is not that valuable anymore. But like Kevin Durant is another prime example of it, where it's just like you're in like Kevin Durant doesn't play. I guess I should say now Kevin Durant, and like not Warriors and not OKC Kevin Durant, but like Kevin Durant now, for example, is mostly just a scorer. Like the guy doesn't really do much else right now. Let's just even pull up his numbers. Like the thing is that what he is just insane at is just that he's an elite scorer. Like this guy's a Hall of Fame scorer. That's why he's still Kevin. Like that's why he's so damn good. But like even like overall, like Phoenix, his time in Phoenix, like his defensive numbers like weren't anything great, right? Like he does average 1.2 blocks per game, but it's like it's not like it's anything spectacular. But at the end of the day, he is a damn good elite efficiency scorer. Like that's why he is who he is. But some people are like, no, like some people like are looking at the Rockets move and just like, ugh. But I think it's a good Rockets move. Now, the other person a lot of people look at is like Devin Booker is like, hey, you know, you're also another guy that doesn't really play defense. You're mostly just a scorer. Now he does, does some playmaking a little bit better, but it's not like an amazing level. But even this season, for example, it's like his efficiency went way downhill. And some people are looking at him as just like, well, like you had that one run to the finals, but like what else have you done since? Like, let me look at that. Now, granted, I would very much value Devin Booker. I think his history has shown him to be a pretty elite scorer overall. And yeah, I mean, I'll gladly take the elite efficiency scorer over, he doesn't play like amazing defense. But some people, like, they don't value Devin Booker as highly at the end of the day. So it's just, at the end of the day, you're just looking at kind of what you do value. We're all different, right? So it's okay. He will have skill. It's more so his mindset than anything. He just has zero dog in him. No, I agree. Yeah. I think P-Will has the physical tools to be something like really, really good in this league. He just doesn't have it in him. Like in his head, he doesn't think that he can become that for some reason. For whatever damn reason. But I don't know if like benching him would have helped him become anything better. I think for him, he just wants to do what he thinks he's good at. The problem is that he's not consistently good at those things. So, yeah. Every single time he plays amazing offseason, yeah. He better not get 30 million for negotiation. If he does, then I agree. Yeah. If some team offers it to him, sure, pay him. But no team's gonna offer it to him at this point. If the Bulls somehow mess it up and give him 30 million, I'm gonna be livid. However, less than 20 mil is a cost to take the qualifying offer, I think. Obviously, yeah, but I won't lie. If he takes the qualifying offer, I'm not like that scared about it. I think the problem is for Giddey is that he needs his deal also to get done. So like obviously, yeah, if you're gonna offer less than 20 million, like he's most likely just gonna take the qualifying offer. But I don't think the Bulls are gonna do that. I think Giddey will get an offer here that is gonna get him like 20 million or more, and I think he will have to accept that. If you're wondering why I don't think he's gonna accept the qualifying offer here, if Giddey doesn't get paid in some sort of fashion this season, then like he's basically a year behind in terms of like making up his money. And so it's kind of just like he like him and his agent, they want to get paid in some sort of fashion this offseason. So I think they'll come to an agreement at some point. I just think that him and his agent need to come down from 30 million, and then we'll start talking. I said it last stream, which I'm like, if you pay him 20 million or more, you screwed up. If you're the Bulls, if it's like 27 or if it's between 26 to 27, I'm not happy, but I can kind of live with it. If it's 25, then it's like, okay, it's just heavy middle ground. 24, you did pretty good, but then 22 or less is like that's a team friendly deal. You probably did everything right. But so what, 23, 24, like sure. But you need to get that down as far as you can, because if there's no one's gonna pay him that much money, then why are we gonna pay him that much money either? Like if he can't even get $26 million on the market, then don't pay him 26. Pay him less. It's okay. He'll live. But the thing is though, is like if let's say Giddey takes the qualifying offer this year, right? Then like he can go sign a 5-year max, or yeah, sign a 5-year max with the Bulls in the next offseason, but like he's still then technically a year behind in terms of the money that he would have to make up. Now granted, if he signs a max, then like he'll make up for it. But if let's say he doesn't sign a max, then he's a year behind in terms of the money that he could be getting. And reminder, the salary cap is not going up as much as we projected, so he would be even more behind then because of that. So I think there's gonna be there will be a deal. I don't know when it's gonna happen or how it's gonna be done, but it's gonna they'll get a deal. I don't know if I'll say soon, but there's time. Wouldn't be shocked if this goes into August, honestly, at this point. But I think they'll get there. Javon Carter, I'd rather try and find a way to trade him to Phoenix for Nick Richards. Sure, yeah. If we could find a way to trade Javon Carter for Nick Richards, yeah. My only thing about that though is just that I'm I'm trying to figure out where Phoenix is right now with their salary stuff. I just don't know how that's possible, honestly. I know that like they're trying to get rid of Nick Richards, but they're taking out money in this deal. The problem is though is that, so a reminder how this works. Sorry, Fanspo is taking a long time because I'm sure a lot of people are on it right now. The problem was this. So the money would work, right? For Javon Carter. Sorry. When Fanspo's down, you know that a lot of people are currently on it right now. Oh, here we go. So here's the issue, right? So Javon Carter for Nick Richards. The money would work. The problem is that if you make any trade where you acquire more money than you're sending out in a deal, you're hard capped. So Javon Carter for Nick Richards, okay? Like this money, 5.8 million, 5 million for 6.8 million. The money would work, right? But this would not work overall because Suns, are they actually still in, oh, I didn't know this actually. Okay, they're still in the second apron, so this wouldn't work either way. But let's say the Sun, even if the Suns are able to get out of the first apron, or sorry, out of the second apron, they would have to find a way to get under the first apron, because if you take back more money than you send out in a trade, you're hard capped at the first apron, which means that if the Suns are past the first apron and they make this deal, it's illegal. So it's a whole amount of bullshit, honestly. They unfortunately do not have any trade exceptions that would be able to take on Javon Carter's money either. So it's a problematic situation. So I don't know how they do it, but I would love to see if that's possible. But we'll see. I don't know, but Javon just looked bad 9 out of 10 games. 9 out of 10 games. I mean, yeah, I was wrong about the Javon Carter signing. I thought he would come in and help really, but yeah, I'm not. I was completely wrong about it, and that is 100% my fault when it comes to Bulls fans. I have a whole video on Javon Carter. I thought that he would be good for the Bulls. But yeah, I was flat out wrong. For the Wave contract, it's about the short ones left. And extreme is if Vooch can be traded for the deadline, then Wave will open the roster for this last bit. So that would be fine in my opinion. If like trade deadline for Vooch, I can agree with that. Start of the season though, I get scared. That's my only concern about that. But if it's trade deadline, like if you can't find a trade for Vooch for whatever fucking reason, I don't know why it would be like that, but like I'd be shocked if you can't find a team that is willing to take his money for something. But we'll see. Maybe you aren't able to trade him. But if that is the case, then yeah, I would be full on board just waiving him at that point. Start of the season though, I'm definitely scared about that. But yeah, if you want to waive Vooch after the trade deadline and you couldn't find a trade for him, by all means, yeah. Also, if you're the Bulls and the Lakers call you about Io, what are you asking for them? So it is actually, that's a really good question, honestly. I know that this whole Dalton Connect thing keeps popping up here. I know a lot of Bulls fans are actually like heavily considering it, which is just like, oh boy. Where's Io? So Io for Dalton Connect, I don't think this works. Yeah. Hard capped. Yeah, they're hard capped. Okay. Yeah, so this does not work. So, how do we make this work? Kept the first apron. Yeah. I mean, Jackson Hayes can technically be traded right now, but so would this work? Yeah, this still oh, okay, this does work. So no matter what, I do need Connect, but what do the Lakers have in terms of picks? I thought they had some seconds, but I guess they don't. So, oh, bad. I mean, I guess this is the deal. I would not be happy with this personally. If it were up to me, I'm just keeping Io. But I know some people disagree with me on this. If you threw in 2 seconds, I'd do this deal. But I don't see a world where that's you can. I mean, Lakers have to find a way to get extra second round picks, which they don't. I don't know if they'd be able to do it, but they are Lakers. They can buy their way into seconds, so maybe. Holy shit. Okay, my chat just updated. I am so sorry. I am taking my time through this stream. I sincerely apologize. I sincerely apologize. Let me catch up here. I'm gonna go through it quickly. So well, as the wave is just the same value that season they would be lost for, but the main wave is like, yes, Carter main contracts who are older have shown little. Okoro shot, but not feeling it at the moment. Okoro is the problem with Okoro also is just that he's on the books for the following season, so like he has to stay. Not loving Okoro. Would you give Scotty Barnes a max if he was on this team? No, I wouldn't. For the Raptors at that current moment in time, giving him the max was fine, but giving him a max now would be 30% of the cap. I would not give it to him now. And all the trades you're hoping they'll make isn't what they're doing. It's almost like a draft pick scare them. I think Kobe's going to show out this year. Okay. I mean, look, Tyler, yeah. If Kobe shows out this season, then we'll all admit we're wrong. And, yeah, we'll 100% be like, yeah, all right, we're wrong. You were right. We sincerely apologize, and Kobe's the future. But, I don't know. I'm going to be a Lou Dort role along with scoring double figures. Package Kobe Vooch together. I think packaging Kobe and Vooch together is not the right decision. I think Vooch lowers Kobe's trade value. That's a lot of money that has to get kind of sorted through. So I think you need to trade them separately, personally. For Io, I've always said that he can kind of be what Andrew Nembhard was for the Pacers in this run. Lou Dort, I know, is another comparison for some people, but like, I don't know about that. Like, I've always got like maybe kind of what Drew Holiday was like for the Celtics. But I don't know. I personally, like, I know Io is 26, and it's just like, oh, Duncan, don't you want to move all the vets? But I think Io has a long kind of way in this league still. I think he'll have a long career. And his game does not affect, at least in my opinion, many other people's games. Like, he can play on ball or off ball. He can play the starting point guard, starting shooting guard, starting small forward, and hell, we even saw him at power forward last season. And then he can also come off the bench, which I know his bench numbers weren't great last season, but like he can still come off the bench and be an effective player. So like him personally is just a guy that I think his skill set, like it's not a guy that I'm like, oh, he's gonna be taking up minutes from like someone else or whatever, or taking possessions away or taking shots away. I think he's like a good complementary for some of the younger guys. But I also just in general, just like I value what he brings. Like he's a good finisher at the rim. His numbers defensively were not great last season, but I think that's more of an outlier year. The Bulls in general were not great last season defensively, so I'm not like losing sleep over it. I mean, I still like people thought I had a down year. Like, yeah, down year in terms of 3-point percentage, but still a career high in assists and also points per game last season for IO. So I personally value it, but I know I mean I think there is a world where you do trade him. So I'm fine if they do trade him. I just personally would make sure that you get good value for him. He, by the way, at least in my opinion, because IO is like, you could definitely offer IO an extension and he might accept it. Like, I think he has more value right now than potentially Kobe does, but that's just my own personal opinion. I know a lot of people will disagree with me on that. But again, the reason why with Kobe is just it's all confusing. It's just because like you can't offer, at least in my opinion, I'd be shocked if Kobe accepts the extension that will be offered to him, because it's not gonna be that much money. But maybe he does. Maybe I'll be wrong. Regarding Kobe, we never sell high. I think it would be behoove the Bulls to try at least once, see what happens. I mean, I would love to see it, but you're definitely right. We never sell high. So yeah. Would love to see it happen. Yeah, honestly, here's the thing. If you're going to sell high on Kobe, it was at the deadline, but you didn't do that. So even now, I'd say you're still selling low. But, you know, it'd be better than try to sell him now than at the trade deadline for sure. We just watched him do it consistent in the season, though. Well, I know that, but I don't value it too much. Because we still can't defend him defensively. If I take Kobe in the future and or with Giddey, I expect one to get much better at defense, which I doubt. I always say Giddy faith over Kobe's age, high in non-scoring uses and rebounding. More importantly, he played as a star, number 1 seed. If Kobe starts the top seed, I'll believe. I mean, so biggest reason why I say Giddy over Kobe is I agree with the rebounding. Other reason why is that, well, the biggest reason why is honestly just he's younger. And because he's younger, he's not up for a new contract, which is kind of the reason why I'm like, hey, like, Giddy should probably be more prioritized right now. I do think Giddy also defensively does scare me, but he has the height to at least kind of make up for a little bit. Now, Kobe, I understand, is a big guard. The problem is that they both have small wingspans, but one has 3 inches on the other. So, that's horrible context. Take that with whatever I just said and erase that from your mind. I need a new scene that is just a technical difficulty scene and play that right now, but I don't have that. So, yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, basically, like, I do look at that's also similar. I'm just like, okay, like with Giddy, like I think that with Giddy, if like he is not gonna be your main ball handler, then I hope there's a world with his size and, you know, his other aspects of his game that he can play off ball somehow. And the thing is that like he can maybe play like multiple positions, right? Kobe is very clearly a guard, right? That's like the one thing with Kobe. So that's just that. But it is just kind of at the end there, what do you value more? I am in agreement that scoring is more important, becoming a star, but I don't really see Kobe becoming a star, but I don't really see Giddy becoming a star either. So, which one am I going to take over between the two of them in terms of like for the future like run? I'm choosing Giddy personally. Hell, it's kind of the same thing with Io. Like Io's not a scorer like Kobe is, but Io's a better defender than Kobe. He's a guy that doesn't turn the ball over. He's a really consistent finisher at the basket, better than Kobe is. So, like, this is a guy that is very efficient in the interior, and he can be, we've seen him be efficient from the three-point line. But he's also then brings more aspects to his game, right? The biggest thing is obviously the perimeter defense, but also just not really turning it over is also pretty huge. So, yeah. Oh, he's discount Tyler Hero Pool / Cam Thomas for now. He's probably discount Cam Thomas, probably, but maybe there's a world. Okay, I see you guys. Yeah. If I went to the match, he'd be a great starter. My thing is though is like I know a lot of people said that, like it's like okay. You throw him on the Magic, he's, I guess, for some reason, they think he'd be the point guard. I think Suggs is just the point guard, honestly. But, like, no matter what, it doesn't really matter too much, in my opinion, because I'm like, I think Banchero and Wagner have the ball in their hands, so, like, neither Suggs or Kobe's the point guard, really. It's just, they're neither the playmakers, they're the play finishers. Banchero and Wagner are the playmakers. I don't know if I call Kobe a great starter with the Magic. I think he'd be their 4th scorer, honestly, but... Honestly, no, I guess he'd be their 3rd scorer. I actually kind of think about that, honestly. Like, Suggs has had a year where he was honestly pretty good scoring, but it was not last season, for sure. Well. Oh, it was last season. No, it was. Okay, it was last season. I mean, like, 16 points per game is no joke. Efficiency is not great, obviously, but I always mix it. Okay, like I always feel like he shot a good 3-point percentage last season, but didn't score as much. No, that was the previous year. So yeah, Kobe would go to the Magic, be their 3rd scorer. But would he be their 3rd best player? I would disagree with that. I think Suggs would be their 3rd best player, clearly. I think getting Desmond May was a very, very good decision by the Magic. I know I've seen some Bulls fans that are making fun of what the Magic are doing. I'm just like, dear Lord, man. I am, sometimes I'm embarrassed to call myself a Bulls fan, just seeing some other Bulls fans saying what the Magic have done are stupid. I think what the Magic have done is great, but at the bare minimum, what the Magic have done is make aggressive damn moves and have paid guys that I think have very clearly shown to become superstars. Specifically with Banchero. Like, you can maybe make the argument for with Wagner, but either way, I'm looking at 2 guys that if they played until the All-Star break last season, they were both All-Stars. So, I think paying them is a perfectly fine thing to do, and then making a damn aggressive trade to go and get Desmond Bane is something the Bulls will never do as long as Jerry Reinsdorf lives. And so I don't think Bulls fans should be talking any shit to Magic fans right now, because what the Magic have done, they've acted like a big market team and they're a smaller market team, and the Bulls are the bigger market team and are acting like the small market team right now. So I don't think the Bulls fans should be saying anything right now when it comes to what the Magic are doing. It could end up failing, but I'd rather them try and fail versus them not doing anything at all and then obviously failing at the end of the day. I'm happy that they pay the guys their money, and I'm happy that they made the aggressive move for Desmond Bane. That's exactly what the Magic should be doing right now, and it's something that the Bulls, when they should be doing when they're winning, but they don't do it. So yeah. OKC actually don't think he'll get minutes. Actually, probably gets minutes over him as they use him fill it defensively. Yeah, I don't know. I think for specifically OKC, they truly value wingspan. Like, they don't really value height that much, as you saw. Like, OKC did not have a player that was listed at 6'7" or 6'8" on their team last season, okay? But what they did value is that everybody that is smaller, right? Or in some sense, in the other cases, they were bigger. But, like, no matter what, they valued guys with a big wingspan. Everybody on that team, besides, honestly, I don't even know what Isaiah Joe's wingspan was, but, like, almost everybody on that squad had a big wingspan. So, like, you might only be 6'4" or 6'5", but your wingspan is humongous. So that's what they valued, and it made up for their lack of height. So, yeah. I agree that maybe Kobe doesn't go there, but that does not mean that I think that Kobe can't go to Denver and be an impactful player right now. Magic is the one place Kobe might fit. Sucks as a good guard defensively to cover, hence why the best trade destination for him. He probably was the best trade destination for him overall, but I think the Magic made a better decision. OKC's one of the best built rosters I've seen in a while. Oh, for sure. I mean, hell, OKC. Some people are talking about OKC like, and their time is ticking. I think OKC's fine forever. Like, as long as Sam Presti doesn't mess things up, like, and ownership doesn't come in and say like, oh, do this, or whatever. I think they're fine. I think Cam Thomas' contract will be a bigger version of Kobe's as a max. We will see. Cam Thomas might honestly not get paid, honestly. Like, I don't know with him. Quickly's a better defender, but close enough. Yeah, I'll get Quickly as a better defender. Is there any chance Phillips sticks to the step? I haven't even considered it or what the step would look like. So let me just be clear. I think Julian Phillips did a good job last season. Like, I know a lot of people don't, but last season I thought he actually did a pretty good job. That was his second season. So this is year 3. If I'm being dead serious right now, I actually expect a leap from him. Not significant, but just like I expect him to at least show a leap where it's like, yeah, that's like actually a pretty good leap for you in year 3, where it's like you're consistently having impact for the Bulls when you do play. He overall did take a leap. Now granted, I mean, a lot more minutes, a lot more games played. Biggest thing for me is the 3-point shooting for him. He's very good from the corners. He shoots very, very good from the corners, three-pointers. But he needs to do so much better above the break. It's honestly insane when you look at his shot chart and how many corner 3-point shots that he made. And then there's like legit very few of shots from above the break. So that's the biggest thing that needs to get fixed. Other than that, it's becoming a better overall defender. I would want him to, I'm hoping that he's going to come in next season and show that he has heavily increased his strength, because he is 6'8" and has like a decent, like a nice size wingspan. Obviously his athletic ability is very, very important, and is one of the best on the team. The thing is though, it's just that he was listed 198 coming in. He didn't really gain a lot of weight last season. So to me, it's like he needs to bulk that up for him to become a more effective defender. So increase the 3-point percentage from above the break, which will increase your 3-point percentage in general. Because again, from the corners, he actually shoots a very, very good percentage from the corners. But from above the break, it's not good. So this needs to get better, right? And then you need to see him increase his strength overall, which would then help him become a better defender, and then better finishing at the basket, right? Unfortunately, I do not think he's going to be a guy to be able to dribble that much. But with that being said, I do think that hopefully he can work on a little bit of his like open court game and get some dribbling ability there. But we'll see. Unfortunately, if you're wondering, I have never projected Julian Phillips to ever be a good starter. I projected him to only be like a bench guy. But becoming, you know, a PJ Tucker, I forget who it was in this chat, but someone said in this chat like he could become like Derrick Jones Jr. But like with maybe a little bit more size, or he definitely has more size than Derrick Jones Jr. But I mean, Derrick Jones Jr. obviously is a guy that like teams actually like highly value on a championship caliber squad. So you know, becoming a guy like this who 3-point percentage, I would hope it would be a little bit more consistent than DJJ in his entire career, but more consistent overall finishing, right? Like you're a guy that's going to shoot a high percentage of efficiency. Rebounding has to be a little bit more consistent, and you know, he averaged a steal last season, but like just kind of bring the defense overall, guard multiple positions. Like that's kind of the idea. He played a lot of games last season starting. I don't think that Julian Phillips will get there personally, but you know, maybe there is a world, but I do think having a guy like Julian Phillips off the bench that can kind of be like a spark plug is pretty effective. That'd be the leap personally. It may not show up box score wise, but it will show up percentage wise, at least in my opinion. Yeah. Bulls don't have a go-to scorer. I am aware of that, and if it is Kobe right now, but if that is the case heading into the season, I guess it would be Vooch then. If Kobe's not here, but if that's the case, I'm okay with that. Yeah, so he's the best scorer at the moment in the roster by a margin. No, I agree. If he's moved, then it is Vooch, which is not a good sign, but yeah. I think the league is valuing a defensive guard a lot at the moment. Caruso, Dort, Suggs, so on. It's not just defensively. It's guys, can you put the ball on the floor and also be a good defender? Like, the Andrew Nemhards of the world are all of a sudden, like, it's the thing. Teams are highly, highly valuing that, or they're highly valuing bigs, like kind of hybrid bigs that can play some power forward but play some center, that can kind of just do a lot. So kind of score, kind of rebound, you know, like those are also like starting to like show up a lot right now. So you can like kind of run multiple lineups out there. Yeah, so I do think that we are seeing like a little bit more transition to like bigger lineups in a sense. But you're not seeing like post ups or anything like that. You're just seeing that, hey, offensive rebounding is pretty effective. You know, the lineups that the Houston Rockets were running were pretty effective with Steven Adams at center and Şengün at power forward. But then in general, though, just seeing like big lineups where you had like Jabari Smith Jr. playing the 3, instead of him playing the 4, right? So that's why like I really do value guys like Buzelis and Asenga a lot right now, because they can play multiple positions and their height is huge. With Buzelis, obviously he has shown the ability to put the ball on the floor, which is very, very important. Asenga, I hope he gets there at some point. But if he like, and if he isn't, then like no matter what, like similar to like this guy right here, it's just like you're just being a good defender that could guard multiple positions and ideally hit the 3-point shot. Like you're gonna be pretty effective for a while. If Kobe plays the entire season the way that he played after the Zach trade, what's your thoughts on Kobe then? Then I think Kobe is absolutely an all-star. If he plays the entire, like, I want to just make this clear with how insane Kobe White was when Levine was traded. Okay, like the level that he played at was insane. Okay, it was just ridiculous. So February, again, it's hard to look at all these stats here, but like we're specifically looking at March. Okay, this is insane. All right, and even this month was also really good for him. Like the efficiency is off the charts. Okay, this right here, if he's doing this, then yes, he is our all-star of the future. He should be getting the ball. But just like with Giddey, because if you're wondering, what Giddey did post, all-star break, I also did. I'm not taking that as that's full Josh Giddey, where he's averaging 21, 11 and 9. I'm not taking that as Josh Giddey post all-star break as the Josh Giddey coming into the season. Okay, so Just if you're wondering, like, oh, you're being hypocritical, I'm not. I don't value March basketball. I mean, like, these numbers here, it's like, it's same thing, right? So I don't think this is the Giddey that we're gonna be seeing moving forward. Like, I think what we saw October in terms of numbers wise is what we could see from Giddey. This percentage, like 58% from the field, is not gonna continue, obviously, or 58% from 3-point range. But this was 5 games, right? Like, if this is what Giddey puts up next season, flip the assist and rebounding maybe, or honestly, I don't even know. Just like, let's just give him more assists. I could see this being next year for Giddey, but I hope that's not the case. I hope he's scoring a lot more. This, I don't see this happening. This is not going to happen, at least in my opinion. If it does happen, then I'll shut my mouth. But these months here, I don't think this is going to happen again. But this is what if you're wondering what I was asking from Josh Giddey from this season, for me to be like, okay, I trust you to be the main ball handler of the future moving forward. It basically, he like, these numbers in February is what I was asking for. Like, I asked for 18 points per game. This is obviously a little bit higher than that, but like, I was asking for 18 points per game on like good efficiency. And you're obviously doing your other things, right? Then we got into the, you know, the March and the Aprils where it's a little bit more scoring, and then like also we're getting like triple double level. Was not asking for that. That's insane level of play, and good for him. Don't think we're getting this though again. Hope we do. I really hope we do. If we do, is then we're in a much better spot if Giddey's able to just come in and just put up, like, let's just say, for example, he doesn't necessarily put up the April stat. Like, these April stats are just out of this world, but let's say he comes in and it's like in between overall with like points, rebounds, and assists between February and March. Okay, so he's getting 20 points per game. You know, let's just say 9 rebounds and like 8 assists or whatever. Like, oh my god, this Bulls team's in a much better position. Don't think it's gonna happen though, so that's just my opinion. I know a lot of people think it will happen. I've explained already many times why I don't value March basketball, and it's not just the fact of just like, oh, the Bulls had worse competition. It's just like, people don't understand that in March, bro, like, in March specifically, there's just not a lot going on. And also, in March, I should say March and April, because it's basically the same month. Now, what does give some hope for Giddey is that this was happening early on, and even in like a little bit at the end of January, we were kind of seeing it from Giddey. Kind of. It wasn't as good as this though. February though, we were seeing some really good play, but even still, it kind of took post Levine like to kind of get this out of him. But March and April, I just don't think people understand how much some teams, especially playoff teams, do not value that time. There's obviously teams that are trying to like get seeding and everything, but like there's also just a lot of teams that are just resting guys, and there's a lot of teams also that are just not fully game planning for you at all. Like they're just not taking the time at all to game plan for a team like the Bulls. There's not. You know, the Bulls beat the Pacers without Halliburton, and a lot of people were talking about how much that was so impressive by the Bulls and everything. And you know what? Maybe after this Pacers run, it is, but I still think Halliburton is absolutely, and he showed it, he is the Pacers offense. Like, he is the hub. And like, people just were just like, no, Halliburton doesn't matter that much. And I'm like, brother, what in the absolute hell are you talking about? But the Bulls beat the Pacers in March, and everyone's like, oh my god, we beat the Pacers. Like, see, we're great. And I'm like, Halliburton didn't play in this game, and we're like, oh, he doesn't matter too much. And I'm like, bro, like, it's just, that alone, I think, should just kind of sum it up enough. Where I'm like, March doesn't really matter too much to me. Just saying, like, I don't even know if it was March, but like, Denzel Valentine had a month that was just like, dear Lord. Let's see here. Yeah, it was this season, I think. Let's look at this. It was not this season, actually. What season was it? There was a month for Denzel Valentine. I like solely remember that I was like, what the hell is happening? There's no way it was his rookie season, was it? No, it wasn't. I don't remember honestly when this did happen. Honestly, I'm probably wrong. Maybe it didn't happen. Nope, not this year. I mean, like, then it's basically the end of his career. So maybe I'm wrong. I might be honestly thinking I'm probably mixing it up with Mirotic, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, we've just seen it before, like specifically like Jalen Green, right? Like Jalen Green will, like, well, he'll have like months where you're just like in March where you're like, this is like insane levels of productivity from him. Like this is kind of it. Where's a better example of this? Honestly, this is it. I mean, like this right here is just like, dear Lord, like what happened? What happened here? Like this is just an insane month of March that all of a sudden, like you're just a 27 point per game scorer on like ridiculous efficiency. And he didn't continue in April, I guess, but like it's just kind of things happen. I don't know how many people remember this from Nikola Mirotic, but like he also had this happen with him. I have to always remember which year it was. It might have been the 15-16, honestly, but was it this year? No, that wasn't this year. Let's see. Maybe it was his rookie season. Yeah, okay, yeah, here we go. Like this right here, like Nikola Mirotic in March, 20.8 points per game. Like not a great efficiency, I guess, but it's just like overall was just like, what the hell are we witnessing? I remember like there was a game against the Clippers, and I think in this whole thing. Let me just look here. But it was like Mirotic was just like he just like couldn't miss. Was it against the Clippers? Yeah, I mean, like, this game right here, like he had 29 points in this game, and like he was basically the only offense in the Bulls in the fourth quarter for the Bulls, and it was just insane. Just to like, I just remember that because the Bulls couldn't score in that game. But like March basketball, unfortunately, like it's hard to understand what's real. There have obviously been people that have played well in March that go on to have good careers, obviously, but it's just a hard kind of gauge to figure out like what's real and what's fake. Because we've seen players unfortunately have like insane marches, and it's like, oh, like that's just it. So as an offensive guard, he's a two-way player in my opinion. Charles definitely is kind of on like the Io is like his defense is like overrated. I do think Io did take a step back defensively this past season, but his first 3 years in the league have shown me that he is a good defensive player. So I'm not personally saying that he's suddenly a bad defensive player. August good deal. They lost a souped up Kobe and more upside for KD. Yeah. Jalen Green, all me, I have some kind of bias. I mean, I know a lot of people that don't like Jalen Green personally, but yeah. Kobe plays the entire season the way he ended last season. I still question him the same way of what role on a winning roster and how expensive he will be. Well, I mean, if Kobe's playing how he played at the end of last season, then I think he's just an all-star. Like he's playing like Damian Lillard level stats. Like that's just all-star. Like that's winning. So I don't think that would be that much of a question personally. But I don't know if he'll get there. Maybe average 20 a game with only half the season being him as the main scorer. So here's the thing though. Like I look at Kobe White as like, or I guess I should argue this way. LaVine last season, okay? Let's just look at LaVine last season, right? LaVine overall, with his time with the Bulls, he decided to just not really take as many shots, right? Like forget this year. But this guy decided overall, like the whole idea of this past season was like, oh, we're gonna spread the ball around. But you also then look at from the early time of usage percentage, okay? Like these guys overall they were kind of getting around. Like I'm not saying it was the exact same, but earlier on it was like this is kind of similar amount of usage for each player. So I came into the season, at least personally, where I'm like, LaVine is probably gonna be the main scorer at the end of the day, but Kobe is gonna get his opportunities, and the usage was there for Kobe. Like it was up there, in terms of him consistently like getting the ball and everything. Let's just see here. I need to grab a tissue. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, so I mean Kobe, let's see here. And it's not, I know it's different amount of games overall. Let's see. So early on, it was October 76, and Levine took 76. November, Levine took 207. I understand he missed some games. Kobe took 216. December, this is definitely, or Zach missed some time. So or actually no, they didn't. Okay, never mind. I forgot that they had a short December. I mean, either way though, I'm looking at this and I'm like, Kobe and Levine's two overall, like the back-to-back field goal attempts early on in the season, like it was relatively similar. Like 155 for Kobe, right? And we're talking about 158 for Zach in December. So like they're basically getting the same amount of shots. Now January is when Zach took off, right? Zach took off, Kobe missed some time, but Zach took off. So, you know, I understand this part, right? This part makes a lot of sense here. But earlier on, I would argue that they were getting basically the same usage percentage. Like you can even go back and like look at some of the streams, and like we were talking about on this stream specifically about how like the usage percentage between like Levine and Kobe and also Giddey was like, there was all kind of relatively similar. So there's a world where like Kobe can come in and like be like the main scorer, and Zach is like not as prevalent. Then obviously Zach did eventually take off. Like that January from Zach was like insane levels of play from him. Like 28 points per game. Like this is when he was on that like streak of like scoring like 30 in a row. Like getting 30 points per game in many games in a row or something like that. Like it was an insane month. But early on though, like it wasn't like it was anything like insane amounts of like shot attempts from Zach. It was pretty relatively low for his usual standards, right? So I personally looked at it differently this season of like, hey, look at the shot distribution. Like it wasn't as high usually for Zach. Like I think that this whole idea that Levine as like the number one guy was taking shots from Kobe and shots from Giddey, it's a little bit flawed just because that Levine isn't Luka Doncic. Like he's not a guy that is, you know, straight up just handle like ball in his hands 24/7. Like he's not Jason Tatum. Like, he's not that level. Okay. I think Zach actually did, like, he played a lot off ball for this team, all things considered. Hell, we even had Viper Strike in here. It's kind of saying that we wanted to see Levine at LaMelo levels of usage, but like he wasn't there. He was nowhere close. Okay. So I personally think that it's a little flawed to say like, oh, Kobe wasn't like, you know, he was the second scorer. Like now all of a sudden you're okay. Like you're asking him to be a 20-point per game scorer when like he was like the second scorer on the team. I'm just like, bro, if you look at this team last season overall with like the ball distribution, like everyone kind of got their own opportunity. It wasn't just like, oh, Levine was taking all the shots only. Like everybody was kind of being similar, and like having the ball in their hands in terms of like who are gonna be the ball handlers. Like Giddey got his opportunities. He just sucked in the first 3 months. Okay, so it just, I looked at this overall. I'm like, I think Kobe could have played a lot better than what he played early on. His field goal attempts earlier were relatively on par with what Levine was doing. Levine's just a better scorer. So, he's just more efficient. He's shooting over 50% in every month. Kobe just isn't doing that. So, Kobe maybe could have gotten there if he was just shooting over 50% every month, but he's not. I mean, you got a month in December here where, granted, he had some injuries, but you're talking about a month here where he's shooting under 40% for the month. So, I personally just look at it differently. I don't think that Levine was by far the best player coming into the season, but like they did not play like that. Honestly, there was a lot of time last season where these guys were like especially early on in the season, where it was like kind of balanced distribution. I was even saying that Levine was passing up on shots that he needed to take. And hell, when do we ever talk about that on this channel? Honestly, like granted, I say you should shoot more threes than usual, but like there are a lot of moments where I'm just like, Zach had a drive and he just didn't take it. He was looking to ball distribute, and I'm like, hey, like Kobe's getting similar usage, and it is what it is. So, Kobe unfortunately just is streaky. That is just who he is as a player. I'm actually kind of interested. Either way, though, like even let's say if Kobe was supposed to be the secondary scorer, okay, or like was bona fide the second scorer, right? Many people in this league can find ways to be the second scorer and still get to 20 points per game easily. Like that's not a problem, okay? Like Jaylen Brown last season was the second scorer for the Boston Celtics, very clearly the second scorer, And even on a down year, he still got to 22 points per game. Okay, and I understand he shoots a lot more, but like there's just very clearly ways for people to get there, but Kobe wasn't doing that. So the point is to keep that in mind, and especially for a team that didn't have a superstar, like I would hope that Kobe would pick up a little more of the scoring, and eventually he did. It took until March. Because I have no defense for Kobe, though, I would think it'd be different if we had a rim runner / protector. And then that kind of goes for everybody, though. Kobe needs to just still be better because of navigating screens. The problem is that it's not his fault, but it's just like if you don't have a big wingspan to kind of help you get through that, like it's kind of hard to be a good defensive player. So for him, it's about, can he become a good, playmaker? Can he become a good distributor, right? And see if he can find ways to be effective defensively, and maybe it's a little bit more of an off-ball role where he has to kind of be defensively, take some more charges, right? But we saw him do I think a tiny bit of that last season, but I'm not entirely sure. But like that would kind of have to be the way for Kobe to become like a positive defensively. Kyle Lowry's a small guy, but like he'll take a charge any day of the week. So it's stuff like that. The other thing that Kobe can potentially do is like get the steals, which is still kind of hard for him because again, lack of wingspan. But like if he can find a way to become like a pickpocketer, and get this steal rate a little bit higher, then he'll be more effective defensively. So like there's a world, but he's gonna have to work on some things because unfortunately he does not have the physical gifts to be like a good one-on-one defender. That's just the unfortunate part about it. Grand Vista Rockets need very well. Oh, I mean, yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'm gonna die on Kobe Hill all alone. Tyler, I promise you, you're not. There's a lot of people that I know. I haven't told you guys this, but I'm in this Discord right now. That unfortunately I cannot invite you guys to, but it's like this like Bulls content creator Discord. But a lot of people are on the Kobe White train, like a lot of people. Now granted, there's those same people are also on the Josh Giddey train. So one thing I respect about it is that they're consistent, right? The people that are on the Josh Giddey train, they're also on the Kobe White train because they're on the Josh Giddey train because of the post Levine trade Josh Giddey, right? That's why they're just like in their head they're correlating the two and just like, yeah, I mean, they both had great marches. They, Kobe really good March, really good April, but Giddey was like post Levine specifically, like, yeah, like they're consistent with that. I'm like, okay, at least you're consistent because I've been calling out at least this one Giddey supporter on Twitter. I've had a few kind of run-ins with that. I've said to him that like if you're so hell-bent that the Giddey March was so real and everything, then you must believe that Kobe White's gonna be an absolute superstar. And he's like, no, I don't. Like I don't think the Kobe White thing was real. I think that Giddey was by far the more impactful player. And the Kobe White run was just not consistent, and it's not gonna translate. I'm like, okay, well here's the problem with that. The league said that Kobe White was the player of the month in March, so the league themselves said that Kobe White was the more impactful player in the month of March. Okay, so either way, first off, you're wrong about the month of March. Kobe White was by far the best player in the month of March for the Bulls squad. But if you believe in the Giddey run, then I feel like you need to also believe in the Kobe run. So I think you just gotta be consistent about it. Like I said, I'm just like, I don't think those runs are either legit. Unfortunately, I just don't. I think that unfortunately, what I don't think a lot of people understand is there's a lot going on in March that, and I talked about it earlier, like teams don't really scout you in March. It's post trade deadline. There's a lot of things kind of going on. Lack of practice. Post trade deadline, a lot of teams are just trying to get their shit together with the new players. Like there's just a lot of things going on. So I just don't value it as highly. Also teams kind of are like preparing for playoffs, so they're not going to show everything in the month of March. Like you're just not. So perfect example is that Miami Heat game at the end of the season, and then when we saw with Miami in the postseason, like Miami did not give a fucking damn about that game in the regular season against the Bulls. It was like, you know, the game that clinched the 9 seed for the Bulls. And then we saw a completely different game plan come the play-in tournament, and Miami wrecked us. Like, it's just a different game, okay? And this season is just not as impactful when it comes to those teams. So, look, again, I want these players to succeed badly. Like, if Kobe White can become the next big scorer on this team and is going to become the next, like, 25-point per game scorer in great efficiency, bro, you have no idea how much better I feel about this Bulls team moving forward. Like, you have no idea. I want it to happen, but with that being said, I'm just being realistic where I'm at. It just sucks, but yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I mean, look, man. Here's I just want to make this clear. You can have your opinion in this chat. Like, I'm not here to say you're ever wrong. Tyler, I mean, I think you bring up points with Kobe where, like, you talk about how much he's improved a lot, and I'm like, let me tell you, Tyler, I did not expect him to improve this much. Like, you're absolutely right about that. Like, you bring up some points where it's just like, hey, you know, you say you don't think Kobe's gonna get there, but yet, hey, here we are. Like, it is definitely true. And so yet again, I'm like, I don't think Kobe's gonna get better, and he might find a way to somehow get better next season. But yeah, please, if you're in this chat, like, have your opinion. Like, just because I disagree with you does not mean that like I don't want to talk to you or anything like that. I want you here. I'm dropping frames. I do apologize, but please, like, even if you disagree with me or disagree with anyone in chat, like, please state your opinion. I want to hear your guys' opinion. And respect everybody. Please respect everybody in this chat. I hope if I'm ever being disrespectful to you guys, please let me know. I want to make that clear. There's someone in this chat beforehand that I don't think ever watches my content anymore, and I feel kind of bad about it, but I also was hoping that they would pop back up at one point so I can tell them to message me personally. But there's someone in this community, or formerly someone in this community, that like is probably no longer watching, and I'm like, I feel bad with how I kind of said some things. I was definitely being more banterish at that moment when I said some things, but I can see why some people took it wrong. So please just make it clear that if I'm ever being disrespectful, tell me. But I hope I'm never disrespectful. I really truly I value everyone's opinion, and I value everyone's time. Like, please, if you think I'm being disrespectful, let me know. If anyone else is being disrespectful, let me know. But that is like the biggest rule here, is just be respectful to everybody. I've been even kind of saying in some of my videos, it's just like, you can disagree with me, but I just ask that you're respectful to everybody that is either watching this video, commenting, or you're listening just to me and you're disagreeing with what I say. I just say, please just be respectful. That's all I ask. We can disagree on it, but it's just, we're talking basketball, which is what we love to do. I just have a Kobe bias. Hey, I think it's perfectly fine to have a bias towards a player. I might have an Iowa bias, honestly. I probably had a Levine bias, in all honesty. Like, I probably have a Levine bias. But yeah, I feel like eventually that Levine bias is gonna show up to be right one day, but it probably won't. Levine's stuck in no man's land out in Sacramento right now, because the Kings are also stupid. I feel like it's not delusional to think the way I do about him. I mean, I don't think it is. Because of what you told me before about like Kobe, like his improvement and everything, like, it's not delusional. There is a world. I think it's really tough to get there, and unfortunately, because Kobe just keeps getting older and older every year, it's harder for me to see it. But there's a world. There could be a world. I think this last season where Rockets and Magic, I think, turned out accurate. Any bold takes for rising team this one, Duncan. For this upcoming season, so I think the Magic are going to be pretty good. The other team, and this is definitely very dependent on probably a player to really kind of come back and be good, but I think the Pistons are going to really wreak havoc in the East this upcoming season. Um, yeah, I mean, I know. First and foremost, I want to say this: Viper Strike deserves a lot of credit because he was 100% right about the Pacers. He even said though that he was not expecting the Pacers to be this good in the playoffs, but he was 100% right about the Pacers. I was 100% wrong about the Pacers. I did say the Pacers would beat Milwaukee. I did not think they'd get past the Cavs though. But yeah, for me, I think the Magic could be really good, and then I think that the Pistons are going to absolutely wreak havoc if Jaden Ivey is going to come back and be effective. I really like the Pistons team right now, so yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them. All right, hold on. Maybe centers like Vooch just aren't valuable. They're definitely not. I think Vooch is definitely very, very valueless, but we'll see. You want rim protection from their center. It's the only decent team that runs one without his cat in the Knicks. I think he should be powerful with a different center anyway. Obviously, then with the Knicks, like they have like OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges to try to tune up their defense. So yeah, they try to make up for it. Cat obviously is a good offensive player, so there's that. Vooch really is not the greatest. So yeah. Was that my dream draft? I mean, yeah, I would have liked Malawak as well. Man, I joke in the Discord about Bulls accepting IO for Gabe Vincent, and then once I saw it actually worked, I got even more pissed. Oh, bro, I knew that worked, and I was just like, oh god, that seems like such a Bulls move, and I could definitely see them doing it. I'd be so pissed. Yeah, that IO for Gabe Vincent would really piss me off. Are you taking the time to part your charm and strength? Thank you. It's also my weakness. I have ADHD so badly that I can't keep up with any live chat. That it's bad. Why not draft Fleming so bad? The perfect fit, yeah. Like I feel like he's supported because of his defense, Trae Young's father, and scoring ability. I get two-way guy. Big controversial take, but I think by mid or late season, Booz will be the better defender of the team over Io. I mean, I think you can even make the argument for that last season overall, just because of Uzelis's block ability, like getting his blocks. Like he's really the only guy on the squad that was getting stocks, honestly. So you can kind of make that argument now. My only thing with Io that it's stuff that just won't show up in the box score. It's just that like he gets through screens pretty effectively. Good point of attack defender when he's right. Now I don't know how right he was last season. Honestly, the shoulder seemed to be actually be an issue for some of the year. So, if he comes back this year and is not the same defender, then I'll definitely kind of admit that like he's probably not that good of a defender anymore. But I think last year was a little bit of an outlier. At the moment, has the best perimeter defense, but less versatility than Io on that end. Yeah, obviously Trey Jones, his lack of height prevents him to basically only guard the point guard. He can't really guard anybody else. But we actually did see him guard some two guards. Like we saw him kind of guard Tyler Hero a little bit when he in one of the games against Miami, I think it was. But yeah. He finishes the rim better than Kobe. No, he doesn't. No, Kobe's a better finisher at the rim. I think I said Io is a better finisher at the rim than Kobe. Sorry or maybe I misspoke. But no, Kobe's a better finisher at the rim than Giddey. Io's a better finisher at the rim than Kobe. Io's the best finisher at the rim between the three of them. Sorry if I was not clear about that. No, Kobe's better finisher at the rim than Giddey. Obviously then Giddey kind of worked on it throughout the year and was much better at the end of the season, but numbers still say Kobe's a better finisher, I think. Unless I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong, though. I have the stats here, actually. Give me a second. God, sorry, I don't know how to always work this website, so I sincerely apologize. Okay, there we go, finally. All right, here we go. Stat, we're gonna go with rim field goal attempts. Now we're gonna sort by efficiency. So obviously a lot of the big men are always up top here. And then we officially started getting to some of the more perimeter guys. Here's Levine. He was insane for a guard. Here's the Sumu, 66% from the field. So he was better at the rim than Nikola Vucevic. Like, if you're a Vuce fan or a Vuce defender, like this alone, I think is a problem. Like, he's a 7-footer and his finishing is worse at the rim than Io is. It's just like, what the hell? Here's Kobe. Yeah, Kobe's here. So Kobe was significantly better finishing at the rim than Giddey was. So Giddey was here. This needs to be much higher for Giddey. This was obviously better for Giddey as the season went on. That kind of scares me though, because it's just like before his run happened, then what was this at? Because he was finishing a lot more shots at the rim post deadline, but what was it before that then? Like, if it's only at 57% now, I'm like, holy shit, like that's a scary thought. So this needs to go up though. This needs to at least be 60% for Giddey. He's 6'8", so it has to be higher. They take it a bit far, but it's like Caruso had more value, him more value than Zach did at the end, but not the peak. Well, I mean, yeah, Caruso at the very end definitely had more value than Zach did, just because of the contract, right? But let's say if Levine was on his, $78 million contract beforehand, and he's averaging, 25 on hella great efficiency, like that would have been more valuable than what Caruso would have gotten for you. But obviously we weren't trading Levine then, right? So Zach in a better contract has more value. Obviously Caruso was on a better contract. I think Kobe for Magic is just stretching the floor, an extra scoring option. They might especially off the bench. I think it starts from the Magic just because they just had one of the worst 3-point shooting seasons of the entire NBA history. So I think that he would start, but getting Bane was just like the perfect fit. So I think they made the right decision. This is much better than Kobe as a player. I think Suggs last season overall probably is much better. I'd say in general he is like he's kind of better than Kobe. Like if he's averaging 16 points per game, then yes, he is a much better player than Kobe is. But if he's not, like if he's averaging like 11, then no. I think he's just kind of like an okay, like he's kind of better. Like this year's kind of hard because it's like he's like a top 10 in defensive player of the year voting. He's second team all defensive. It's kind of hard to kind of measure this all. Like he's averaging like 12.5 points per game, but on like being one of the best defensive players in the league. So it's kind of like one of those like really weird moments of like how do you like measure it? He's like Alex Caruso, but he's also like averaging 13 points per game. So like that's really effective. Which that's probably even giving him a little bit too much credit. Like he's not Alex Caruso. Actually no, I'll say he's like Alex Caruso level, but he's also like averaging 13 points per game, like great efficiency. But then this year it's like bad efficiency, but he's averaging more, but still good defense. So yeah, it's kind of hard to gauge. I do value obviously his defense a lot, so that's probably the reason why I would say he's still even just like even when he's not scoring as much, I still say he's kind of better than Kobe. I wouldn't say he's much better than Kobe in like especially like these years for sure, but like this year I'd say he's kind of better than Kobe. This year, if he continued playing for the rest of the season, I'd say he's much better than Kobe. This like the Magic fell apart when he went down. This guy was very, very good early on in the season. I know that the efficiency is not great, but he's still giving you 16 and one of the best defensive guards in the league. So, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Tyler. I know that's kind of but yeah. But it works so good in my opinion. Well, they could have gone farther with Kobe last year, especially since Suggs couldn't stay on the court. I mean, yes, but with that being said, would you rather have Desmond Bane or Kobe White? So, I agree it would have been a great fit for Kobe, but I'm just saying that I think they made the right decision. I think getting Desmond Bane's great. I take you agree with Bill Simmons about the Bulls having the worst 5-year outlook in the East. I don't know if I'd say it's 100% the worst. My only my only thing is this with the Bulls that kind of gives me some hope is just the fact that we have Booz here. Like, there is definitely a world where, like, Charlotte or, like, Brooklyn is kind of stuck in, like, no man's land for a long time. Washington as well, but I like what Washington's doing a lot more. Like, by the way, I know Darius, you know this, but, like, Washington, when they made that CJ McCollum trade, I was just like, I don't get this, but then they traded Olynyk for the second round pick and 2 young guys from the Spurs. Now it makes a lot more sense to me. I like that move a lot. And we'll see what they do in McCollum here, which I don't know if they'll do anything with him, honestly, because guys like him are just not valuable. But, like, there is definitely a world where it's just, like, these, like, Brooklyn, Charlotte, and Washington are, like, in genuine no man's land. Because they're trying to find their way to trying to get that superstar. However, I think that Washington is in a very good spot. So I personally do not put Washington in that category. Charlotte is the team that I'm just like, you have LaMelo, and things still aren't working in your favor because of his injuries. So there's a world where maybe they are in no man's land just because of their injuries. Brooklyn, I personally think that they're going to be okay. But, I mean, again, like, there could kind of be a world, but, like, I think that they're in a good spot right now. So it would have been these 2 teams, but, like, I think it matters what I see from them in the future. Charlotte, though, is definitely a team, though, I can kind of say is maybe below the Bulls, but, like, that's it. I think I can make an argument for every other team to say that they have a better 5-year outlook than the Bulls do in the next 5 years. Charlotte, though, is the one team that I kind of feel like I don't really have an argument for. Like, they technically should have their superstar, but, like, if he's injured forever, then, like, I don't really feel good about that. I don't think if I'm not mistaken, I don't think they really have that many draft assets either right now. So it's like, they're kind of like pulling the Bulls where it's just like, you don't really have many draft assets at the current moment in time. Like, what is this? Okay, never mind. I mean, never mind, I'm wrong. But I mean, even this is not gonna convey. No, I'm wrong. Okay, I mean, they have a shit ton of second round picks, so I guess I'm wrong. But early on, though, it's not looking amazing for them. That's just all I'll say. Like, they don't have, like, extra first round picks except for 2027, which this should probably convey. We'll see where Miami is in 2027. But, like, no extra first round pick here, nothing here. And then I don't know what this is. I guess it is first round pick. Okay, so they're better, I guess, but I don't love what I'm seeing. They probably showed that without probably a step up last season. Yeah, I agree. I think Franz definitely showed that he has that superstar potential in him. We'll see if he can consistently show it. Like, his jump shot scares me, but they'll see. Wish we were in the same position as the Magic. Oh, I mean, yeah, for sure. Yeah. If this was what you meant here, then I apologize. Wizards always contender for worst 5-year outlook. I just like what they're doing a lot better, like a lot more right now. I know there's always like the thought, like, oh shit, like they're gonna be the Wizards, but I would rather be in their situation right now. Besides, give us an example: the Bulls without our floor general Giddey equals lost. See, this sort of comment here is very interesting because the way I look at it personally is that I disagree completely. I think that what the Bulls were lacking was a guy that could bring the ball up the court and not turn it over, and Giddey is not one of those guys. Giddey is not a guy that you can fully trust to bring up the ball in full court pressure and not turn it over at all. He's also not a guy that's going to be making sure that he collapses the defense and trying to find other guys for open looks here. I'd argue that, like, that's not what Giddey's game is. Like, not at all. Now, if you want to argue that the half-court set where the Bulls maybe had some struggles were just trying to find a little bit of a rhythm, trying to find some open guys, then sure. But I'd argue that that was not the biggest issue for the Bulls tonight. Like, the Bulls tonight they didn't have a guy that can bring it up consistently without turning it over. That was their issue. Or you can also argue that they didn't have multiple ball handlers that they can trust tonight. So to me, having a guy like Trey Jones would have been more effective tonight than having a guy like Josh Giddey, because you needed to have a guy to bring the ball up the floor when there's a bunch of, you know, wolves coming in and attacking these guys. Trey Jones doesn't really turn the ball over, then it would help a lot if you had a Trey Jones out there because he doesn't turn it over. So at least that's just my opinion. I think Trey just gonna step in for getting a win will be lost. Yeah, I agree with Tyler here. 76 I have less hope for than in most decided high pick. I probably will injure the rookie. It's hard to find rookies that last in most of their first season with 76ers the most. That's also a good call. However, I know Embiid may never ever be healthy, but just because you have Embiid, like some teams gonna be willing to take the risk for him, even though he is an injury prone player. Like he's an MVP caliber player, even though he does, like, I understand of his risk, but he's MVP caliber player. Some team will take the risk. So I think you'll get good value for him in return. Now, granted, I will say, no, like, there's no way someone's taking that Paul George contract. So that is definitely something that's going to hinder you. But just having a guy that if you really need to hit the reset button and you can just trade Embiid, like, that's a good thing. So I think that's just the reason why I feel a lot better about their situation. Well, Simmons fault / McCain for first read in mind that we all know. I mean, yeah, it is the 76ers way. And yeah, we just saw VJ Edgecombe not play in the first Summer League game in Vegas, so woohoo. That's a good sign. Fan fellas, hope you good for him, solid guy. Solid / good guy off the bench, yeah. Still needs to grow his game though, clearly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Phillips needs to grow a lot, but I think he can be a pretty impactful player off the bench. Looking forward to it. Trey can step in. Like, Trey's best serve running the second unit. Giddey is a really real shot to be an all-star in the East and a unicorn 6'9", our best rebounding guard and game a top 5 passer. So first and foremost, I don't think that Giddey would have thrived in this sort of situation tonight. I think he would have had some struggles because of the full court pressure. Giddey is also very turnover prone, so there's that also to keep in mind. I would also not call him a top 5 passer because I think that is very disrespectful to some of the other all-stars that are incredible passers. So I personally would not call him a top 5 passer. Does he have a real shot being an all-star in the East? It matters if the Bulls record, so if the Bulls are winning, then sure. But I don't think the Bulls will be winning personally. So I am in a big disagreement about that. Like pretty much everything you said. I think Trey Jones would have heavily helped in this sort of game today. That's not me saying that Trey Jones is a better player. That's just me saying that in the terms of what was happening out in the court tonight, the Bulls needed a Trey Jones more than they needed a Josh Giddey. So that's just my opinion. Well, love Elijah Martin from the Raptors. Oh yeah, he looked pretty good. When our league values is what ends up having success in the playoffs, hence teams valuing depth more after pace of success. There's a little bit of value in the depth, obviously, but I also just think that like I'm pretty adamant that like it's the Thunder and the Pacers. You have guys, I guess not really the Thunder, honestly, now that I think about it, but guys that can shoot the 3 ball, but also put the ball on the floor, and play good defense. Like right now, they're like peak value right now. So I think that that's more Pacers looking oriented. But I will also agree with you that depth is probably something that teams are looking into right now heavily. Granted, though, I also do think it's part of that. You're looking at just. Sorry, now I lost my train of thought. Sorry, hold on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this CBA. The CBA right now really prevents you from like making a heavier stack team. So depth is like the way that you can kind of get that edge, right? And so instead of you going out and getting like that extra like really good starter right now, you instead are just adding in depth pieces to help layer you. So that's, I think, also the big part that's kind of what's changing around the league right now is like, how can I get good depth pieces on good contracts to help me throughout the season and also help in the playoffs, right? Because right now it's so hard to go and get that like big piece. I know the Durant trade just happened, but like it's hard for you to like go and add to your team like starter level wise that's gonna come in and like have a major impact right now when you already have many of those guys already. So getting those depth pieces are they are pretty important because of just how the CBA is ran now, and it sucks, but yeah. I'm excited to see Rockets wheel Adams starting center and Şengün, Smith, and KD for an ultra talk Bernal should tall lineup with Amen for even big minutes when Fred is off. Oh my god, man. So like, I guess KD would kind of be the point guard in that sort of lineup, or the main playmaker. But yeah, that would definitely be interesting. I am not a fan of that personally, but defensively, that would definitely be very interesting for me. Offensively, I would very much be concerned. The spacing in that exact lineup really scares me, but that would be something. Tony Snell had a hot month too. Oh, Tony Snell, that's a name. Yeah, Tony Snell had a hot month. Holy crap. What was his hot month? Was it this year? It was definitely not his rookie season, right? Okay, it was this. Oh yeah, it was this month. Holy shit. 74.7% true shooting percentage. Holy hell. God damn. 24 threes made in 9 games. Even this month was like actually not bad for him either. This is obviously like Tony Snell standards, by the way. Yeah, shout out to Tony Snell, man. God, he started a lot more games than I remember. Lynn Sandy months, but in all fairness, I think Jeremy with the ball in his hands worked for a system and changed when wasn't that system or was a second option. I mean, yeah, I mean, Lynn Sandy is also another example. All about Mirotic, what happened with him while he burned out so fast? I mean, yeah, he's a kind of a weird player. He's like kind of 6'10", but can't really guard his position. So like you try to put him in small forward, but he can't really guard that position either. So unfortunately, he's a guy that is not very efficient, right? Mirotic is just not that efficient overall. He shoots under 43% in his career. 3-point percentage, you know, kind of goes up and down, up and down, up and down. Just doesn't really bring a lot. Decent rebounding though for everything. But yeah, I mean, he pretty much just went back. He came over for a little bit and then went back, which I don't blame him. Round thoughts. What I'm thinking, if I am biased for Giddey, I feel originally people thought I was too high. Now I'm probably below average fan who thinks he is 30 million's worth. Always stay in the 22 to 27 million range, believe for its value. No, Charles, I think that you value Giddey more than maybe me, right? But you're definitely not in where a lot of Bulls fans are right now, where a lot of Bulls fans are saying like pay him 30. Which that is, I hate to say this, but like that is the correct decision. Like paying him 30 right now when no other team can pay him 30 is just not a good decision. Like, I'm just sorry. So maybe I shouldn't say it's the correct decision. I'll just say that is just a smart decision. So yeah, I definitely think that you're in the more kind of average area of where you kind of should be for Giddey. Yeah, you definitely value him more than I do personally, but I think that you're definitely a little bit more. You're a little more understanding of where the market is when a lot of people just don't understand the market, which I sincerely appreciate. I don't know. I know I saw it because I live here, but I did make rounds with USA Bulls fans at random social game Giddey went and played in with friends. I'm not aware of this at all, so sorry about this. And 14 lost by a bit. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, sorry. It was not really I did not see any of that. 140 points shows what happens when you draft one-way players versus two-way players in Raptors Bulls game. I think personally this was more of a showing that, hey, the coaching staff doesn't know how to actually coach a team. So when you have a dumb coaching staff trying to coach a young team and they don't know how to get through a full court press, then nothing's gonna happen. Like, you're just gonna get bullshit, which is what we got today. Like, that's what happens. It's not shocking. This to me was more about the coaching staff than it is on any of the players tonight, personally. So you're probably not even here still. So whatever it is. Oh, I know Giovanni. I know you, by the way. I know you on Twitter. So if you're still here, talk to me on Twitter. Duncan was really good. Kobe type scorer and didn't help. Do you see Kobe as a more complete, less dumb, sure player than Zach, like a big minute guy in a deep playoff run? So here's the thing. LaVine was better than Kobe, first and foremost. This whole idea that LaVine was dumb, like, I think Kobe takes some pretty ridiculous shots sometimes. Like, I think Kobe has some pretty dumb decisions too. So I wouldn't call Kobe less dumb than Zach. I think Zach honestly was many moments more smarter than how he scored than Kobe did. Maybe Kobe is a little bit more smarter as he gets older, but I think this whole idea that LaVine was dumb. And here's the thing I'm interested in hearing from you, Joseph, which you're probably still not even here. Like, is it the 3-point shots that LaVine took, or what are you upset at that you would say that LaVine was dumb? That you're like, oh, that was a dumb decision. Because if you're gonna say the 3-point shots, I'm just gonna say that you're incorrect. Because LaVine is supposed to take those threes. Kobe, I would argue, is not supposed to take those threes as often. Like, Zach's supposed to shoot any pull-up three possible because he is by far one of the best pull-up shooters in the league. Kobe isn't that. So a lot of Bulls fans hate the 3-point shot. I don't know why. So this is the reason why, like, when everyone tells me, like, oh, Zach LaVine was a dumb scorer and he would just jack up shots, I'm like, okay, were you upset at the 3-point shots? Like, if you're upset at the 3-point shots, then I'm going to completely disagree with you. Completely. Because LaVine is one of the best 3-point shooters in the league, and there's an argument to be made he should be shooting more. But for some people, a lot of people are like, no, threes suck. Because they just see athleticism and like, you need to go to the basket. I'm like, okay, well, what makes LaVine so good is that he's a good 3-point shooter and he's a good finisher at the rim. Honestly, I would even say elite from what we saw last season. But people are, you know, they have their ways. If you want to tell me though that, yeah, some of the mid-range shots he took were dumb, I would agree that some of the mid-range shots he took were dumb, but I don't think that they were that dumb. Like, I think that it was overall, some of them were okay and some of them were unnecessary, but I think most stars in this league take mid-range shots that are unnecessary. You're right about LaVine, TheSlamDuncan. I appreciate that. Could I get enough defense out of Kobe Giddey backcourt? I agree with that statement. But in terms of this question, like, do you see Kobe as a more complete player than Zach? No, I think I see Kobe as a less complete player than Zach. Like, if anything that is going to prove my argument is that LaVine is not a good defender, but his numbers overall defensively are better than Kobe's. And Kobe tries, but Kobe is just smaller. LaVine is a better finisher, a better 3-point shooter, and is overall just a much bigger threat on the offensive end than Kobe is. They're both very good in transition. Kobe even haven't beat this season, but Zach's right here. And I think LaVine's better defensively, not by much, but he's just as better defensively. I can kind of rely on Zach, like put Zach on him, you know, be a point of attack defender. He'll like kind of stand his ground. With Kobe, I don't think I can really do that. So I think LaVine's a more complete player. Maybe the guy in deep playoff run for Kobe. I don't know. I don't know about big minute guy. He might be a guy that can help you win a game, but I don't know about big minute guy. Like I kind of look at him like, I hate to say it, but like Bennedict Mathurin had a big finals game, right? And like Kobe has the chance to like to be able to do something like that, but Mathurin also was off the bench for many games and didn't show up in many of those games. So yeah, it's not that level, but like somewhere in between like Lou Williams and like his Clippers days and level. There's always in the coaching world on Billions and Spill level. Oh, yeah. Don't forget about the Hawks. The Hawks are definitely interesting. I just think personally that the Pistons and the Magic are gonna be better. Well, I mean, I could be wrong. I would have had Booz personally at the best end of the season for defense. Just needs more help at off-ball key position for him to be that next step for me. Gotcha. Yeah. I would say Booz better, but figured it was a bit biased push for me. Oscar Fisher just is one move only. The thing is though, is that like if that's his one move, it's very good. So I'm not really too concerned about it. What are the biggest step we could expect from Matas this year? Yeah, I think with Buzelis, I'm not really expecting that big of a step. Yeah, I think that I'm expecting him, if he's gonna be starting, which he should be, like his points per game should go up to like around 12. The efficiency is not gonna really be there. Obviously more rebounds, and I think his block shots are gonna be going up. The big year for me is year 3, where I'm like, okay, if you're still starting in year 3, assuming that year 2 went good, that needs to be like, you need to average like 16 points per game and, you know, 1.6 blocks per game at least. Maybe add in a steal as well, more rebounds, and a much higher rate of efficiency. For you to be 6'10", you need to really increase your efficiency. So if you're wondering just about numbers, like unfortunately I just like know Buzel's numbers and like in my head or like general idea, but like 8-ish points, right? Like 3.5 rebounds and like a block-ish per game. But like here's his per 36, right? So like I kind of look at this, like take these numbers as like this should kind of be year 3. Granted, this says that if he was starting last season, then like this is what he would have done. Don't know if he would have done this last season. I hope. But I don't know if he would have done this last season. But like take these numbers and I'm like, okay, I hope that in year 3 you're this at bare minimum. This is what I'm hoping that he is at year 3. I want the efficiency to be higher, obviously. Like this number needs to be closer to 50%. And then if you stick around 36%, that's fine on 6.5 threes per game. Like that's fine. But this number right here needs to be closer to 50% than it is to 45%. But I think this is potentially a year 3 stat line. Year 2 is just because like I know that some people, like a lot of young players in year 2 kind of struggle just because it's like you're in this in-between stage where it's like, okay, year 1 you're just trying to figure everything out. Year 2 you're not really taking that next step forward just yet because you're not developed, like your body hasn't developed enough yet. You also just don't have enough games under your belt yet, so the game has not slowed down just enough for you. But then year 3 is the year. It's like, okay, you have 2 full seasons under your belt, assuming you played. You need to go and really show out and show like, hey, the game slowed down for me, and I can perform at a consistent level on a nightly basis. Like that's year 3. Give or take a little bit here. Like I mean, this is a high expectation. Like this is like a really, really good starter in this league if he gets here for year 3. But that's kind of my expectations. I'm not putting that high expectations for him in year 2 because year 2 is kind of weird. But yeah. Of course, Vooch's field goal percentage. Yeah. I think Dyson Daniels was that high for rim finishing. Yeah. Dyson Daniels, where was he? He was pretty high, wasn't he? Was he here? Yeah, he was here. Yeah. This is very good for a guard. Like, if you're in a 65% range for a guard, like, that's really good. Like Kobe was pretty close there, right? I think Kobe keeps getting those foul calls. He averaged 23 points per game. That'd be huge if Kobe can keep getting into the line. Yeah, I shut down specific guys like Trae Young. Yeah. But like the biggest thing with Io is not just that. It's just like I feel like I could put Io. He's like only 6'5" or 6'4". Like I think I could put him like a guy that's like 6'8". Assuming he's more perimeter oriented, for example. Like I think I could put Io on Jaylen Brown. Like, yeah, Jaylen Brown's bigger, but I think I could put Io on Jaylen Brown. That's why I do really value him. But yeah, it's just my overall bias. Thought Charlotte had a bunch of picks / good youth. My only thing for Shaw is just the injuries. I'm just scared about them. But yeah, higher on Brandon Miller. I think he's going to be a stud. I'm pretty high on Brandon Miller overall. Again, though, injuries kind of scare me. I liked what he did this season when he did play. Like, he didn't play a lot of... Oh, sorry, not Eddie Miller. He didn't play a lot of games, if I'm not mistaken. He was injured a lot. Like, when he did play, like, he was just jacking up shots. And I'm like, this is good. Like, you have a very good, like, pathway to, like, stardom. Or, I guess maybe I should say stardom, but, like, I think he can really become, like, a really good, versatile scorer in this league. And, like, he's also, like, pretty competent defensively. His favorite player was Paul George, and I'm like, okay, perfect. Like, you're 6'9" and versatile, like, perfect. So I love what he did this season when he did play, where he's just like, yeah, not shooting great efficiently, but like you're just jacking up shots just to see like, okay, limit testing, like that's great. But yeah, I hope he takes that next step, man. Like this, I think this is like good overall what we're seeing here. But yeah, I think he can become pretty good. But again, games missed. This is what scares me. So that's kind of why I'm just scared about them. Reginald's a good choice. Not carries the ball, doesn't let defense interrupt his pace. Yeah. If I was a Philly fan, I want to trade. Yeah, I probably also want to trade if I'm a Philly fan, but I don't really know what you can do. I think honestly they're pretty okay where they're at right now. Like I know Paul George and his contract is like a whole thing, but like I think Philly's in a good spot. So, like again, it's all health, right? Everything when it comes to Philly is gonna come down to health, right? But I think for Philly, like assuming everyone's there, and yeah, I can live through a Paul George decline. Like if Maxi's gonna still be Maxi, you know, McCain's gonna come in, and then Edgecombe's gonna bring his whole thing, right? Like there's definitely a world where they're, if everyone's healthy, like they're a contending level team. Like yeah, it's a big if, man. That the Embiid the Embiid health is so damn important that it's like, holy shit, man. Like they better be able to figure this out. Yeah, I'm scared for them. The Philly fans are definitely ruthless. But yeah, I'm definitely scared for them, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's gonna happen this year. Like, if there is ever a year for Philly, man, if there's ever a fucking year for Philly, it has to be this year, man. It just straight up has to be. If it's not this year, bro, I'm looking around, I'm just like, god damn, man. Like, if it's not this year, then I mean, Paul George gets a year older, and me gets a year older. Like, you probably need to look into some decisions all of a sudden. Yeah, I'm gonna be hell interested to see what they do, man. It's definitely gonna be an interesting time for Philly if they can't figure out a way to get through this year. Top 5 passers. So for me, it's I have to think about it. So for me, it's Jokic, Tyrese Halliburton, Trae Young, Luka Doncic, and then 5th, I think it's kind of up in the air. Who do you have listed? Young, Ben Simmons. He is amazing. I mean, as long as CP3 is still in the league, I think he deserves to be up there. Obviously he's not like going out and leading the league in assists anymore, but like I do think he still deserves to be up there. Let me look, honestly. Probably I'm blanking on someone that's like so obvious right now. Harden. I mean, yeah, bro. Like Harden easily. Like Harden is a very, very good passer. Like insanely good passing. Kate Cunningham's also really good. Yeah, I mean LeBron. I mean, like, LeBron is an insane passer, man. Yeah, I think that I personally would not be putting Giddey up there. I completely forgot about Harden. Yeah. Harden definitely deserves to be. He's probably number 5 for me, and then LeBron's like 6. I mean, even Chris Paul last season was still up here. Like that's crazy to me. So yeah, I personally would not have Giddey in my top 5. I think top 5 is pretty ridiculous, but I know a lot of people love Giddey, man. All I think for 5th, I think Giddey could surpass the season if we go specifically Slav. Giddey could be it. No, I disagree personally. I wouldn't even say last season, bro. Like I felt like the Bulls. This is less on him, but more on the Bulls. Like I felt like they didn't use Giddey enough as a sideline out of bounds passer. But yeah. Am I missing something, or is Simmons more of a hypothetical / potential passer? He's definitely more hypothetical than potential. I mean, in his All-Star year, like yeah, he's a very good passer. Yeah, his defensive pressure and can full court press. I also agree Trae Jones would have been more valuable for this game. I think Giddey would have thrived differently exploiting bad deep passing. Like if you get into the half court, I think Giddey would have been pretty valuable just to find some of the guys. But I think this was more just that the Bulls couldn't get into their offensive sets in the first place tonight. So I'd say that Trae Jones would have been more valuable. The top 10 is fair. I could go with top 10. I think there's even arguments still for like, for example, I think Domantas Sabonis is also a really good passer. Like Russell Westbrook is no longer like, you know, triple double man, but like he's a very good passer. Won't get the credit. Draymond Green also is another guy that doesn't get like the talk about how good of a passer he is. So like I think there's an argument for top 10. I can definitely go with 10. Sure. The Rockets there, but huge rebounding would maybe boost to 50% off the rebound, even more boost defensively. Oof. I just worry about the spacing, man. Like they had a numbers issue against the Warriors though, so. With Alfie, Shangun's gonna have to have a really good season then, and someone else got to step up tremendously. Or it's got punched in the face, or Beers got punched in the face. By Porson, nah, fuck this, and went back to EuroLeague. Well, it took him a couple of years to get back to EuroLeague, but yeah. That was so down, both bastards couldn't watch. If Porson hadn't broke his face, there's a decent chance Mirotic would still be in the league. I don't know, honestly. I think that we're kind of like, he might have been one of those guys where just like the USA lifestyle just didn't work out and just, you know, headed back. But maybe, honestly, they consider Zach dumb. Yeah, he was more confident pulling the trigger. I mean, I know a lot of people will consider Zach dumb, but I don't think he was dumb. I think he gets too much criticism for things that he's very good at. And like, he's not perfect. I mean, I think some of the turnovers are awful, but in terms of his scoring ability, I don't really think that you can really say to me that there are a lot of shots when it came to Zach LaVine, and it's like, that's a dumb shot. Like, Zach is a very, very good scorer. He is one of the best tough shot makers in the league. So if you're looking at a guy that his pull-up three-point percentage is one of the best in the league, then I'm like, I can't be mad if he's taking pull-up three-point shots. I just can't. Like, what am I gonna do? He's one of the best players in the league to do such a thing that it's just like, I can't be mad if he's taking pull-up three-point shots. I think a lot of Bulls fans were pissed off at that, and I'm just like, why? There are definitely some turnaround fadeaway mid-range shots that I'm like, yeah, that's not a good shot. But like I said, a lot of good scorers in this league, they still have to take those shots. Like, the defense is gonna play them hard. Not saying that LaVine is like Tatum level, like, he's not. But this whole idea that it's just like, oh, LaVine's just like, he's taking terrible shots because he's taking a contested three-point shot off a pick and roll. I'm like, that's what he should be doing. Like, LaVine should be doing that. Oh, he's done because he randomly full clock no flow, takes a pull-up three for no reason sometimes. That is probably one of the biggest gripes that I had this year about Kobe, but I mean, he was making it at the end of the season, so it's like, I can't really be that mad at the end of the year. But, yeah, that was definitely one of the earlier gripes I had in the year. What better set to the skill if you didn't take those? Yeah. I mean, that somewhat covered threes. We take sometimes. I think Zach comes up as dumb as, of course, not clearly not the brightest tool, nor worries Kobe when they break down a game or just talking about things. The thing is, though, is that I think that specifically for a guy like Zach, is just like, he looks at the game as just like, I'm a scorer, right? He's made a living off of this, and he's one of the best in the league. So like, I don't really blame him. But I can understand where it's like, people look at it like, when he talks is just like, you're not the brightest, like, sure. Thing is, though, is I think that there are a lot more dumber players in this league than Zach LaVine. Actually, I will back on a booster team this year. They will be now playoff, not play in. I hope so. I would like to see Atlanta be a playoff team. That'd be fun. What they say off the court that makes you think they're intelligent? It's more so just like the post-game press conferences of just like, for example, when I remember in the play-in tournament where Mikal Bridges got past Zach LaVine, like a pretty good drive, or blew right past him. Zach kind of just like tried to poke the ball behind him and like didn't really try. And Zach kind of just said like, no, it's just a good play by Mikal Bridges. Like, I couldn't really do anything about it. Where it's like, you could have definitely tried harder. Right there. Like, it's kind of like that sort of idea of just like kind of self-awareness of like, hey, like, you know, you can try better defensively, you know. I think it's just kind of that sort of idea. But again, I think there's just there's some stuff that he's not exactly the brightest with in defense, which we all knew. Like, it is what it is. But I think there's definitely more players that are not as bright either. Who's expected a slight increase in points by way of opportunities? Yeah, more minutes, obviously, yeah. Fewer blocks, some growth in defensive awareness, especially help D and off-ball positioning, mostly just consistency. Yeah. How about Green, Kobe, Daniels, and I are on the same page for rim efficiency? It says though you're either a good defender, that has a good rim efficiency, or you're just a scorer with it as a guard. Sort of, right? I mean, like, guys like OG Anunoby is like good defender, good rim finisher, right? Oubre, same thing, right? Or Oubre's not like exactly the best defender, but like like good defender-ish. I mean, yeah, you got obviously guys out here that are just like, hey, you're more on ball, like Green, like White, like Levine, right? Or even Ben Caro. Like these guys are heavily on ball and they do their job. Brunson is here at the bottom, right? Like this is your job. You need to go out there and score. You got to be consistent at the rim. Like it's. Hence what I said about Giddey. It's just like you gotta, if you're gonna have the ball in your hands, you gotta be able to be a threat at the rim. Like you just have to be. So it's very evident you gotta be a threat at the rim. Now here's the thing. I will say this. Like Cade Cunningham, I won't lie. Like he's also down here. The one thing that Cade Cunningham has is just the 3-point shot, right? Giddey doesn't have the pull a 3-point shot in his arsenal. This though, I will say, this has to get better for Cunningham. Like even though this is down here, and like a lot of people are like talking about how good he is, like this has to get better. LaMelo is kind of interesting just because I don't really know where he is as a player right now, in terms of his health. But this number has got to get better for Giddey. Gotta get it up there. And then Cunningham, gotta get better. I can't pinpoint. Those two always seem stupid off court between Io and Zach Lee and processing speed. Just as humans, some people you can tell. Oh, you're talking about like a human aspect. Oh, I did not. I thought you were just talking about just like, what do you like? You know, some questions about the game post game, and like you just didn't like what they said post game. Oh, I mean, what has Zach done off court? I'm not aware of anything that Zach has done off court that has like been dumb. Like honestly, I think the one bad perception about Zach is that people think he's like a diva, but if you ask him, he just wants to come in, play basketball, and then go home. Like that's not, he's not there to like go out and party or go on and like be like a big like social media presence guy or anything like that. Like he's not there to like go out and like try to make a scene. I guess maybe that's like the confusing part about it. Like I'm a little bit confused by this overall. It's probably like Jaylen Brown done was like Green. Wait, what do you mean? I think Jaylen Brown off court is also not that smart. I think Jaylen Brown has said some ridiculously stupid things off court. Like Jaylen Brown tweeted about some stuff like during the whole Kyrie Irving saga that like that was not very smart off court. So Kobe Montes getting and need to take a step so we can be a good team. So we easily do that. No problem. Week 1. Oh, I mean, yeah, definitely, right? Kobe Montes, Giddey. I mean, Patrick Williams would ideally take a step, right? Like, we'll gladly take anybody. Philly's fan base for sure is scary. It's the thing. I mean, yeah. Let's see how Phoenix rookies look. I think I have a tough time, but I hope Malawak's gonna be able to come in and like be good. In terms of passing, are we talking about just raw assist numbers? Giddey may not average as much as those other guys. I'd argue his vision, flashing some of his passes are just as good. Really? I think personally that like the guys I listed have like there's like this big level between like Giddey can find a guy, right? And like, he'll help pass the guy open, but like there's then the levels from these guys where it's like these guys like see plays like before they even happen, and they're making like some insane passes that you just are like unthinkable stuff. Like that's I think kind of my biggest difference. I think Eddie Arcade as a passer, it's close. I'll give you that though. LeBron I would have until last season. I think LeBron's still a really good passer. I'd probably still put LeBron over Giddey. Look at some of his OKC passing. I just felt like I was watching basketball for a bit. I mean, I understand everyone loves good passing, but like I still think that there's always like this level, His actual passer, he was peaking obviously there, but even now the 3% goes up with that's he ain't even scoring. He also, if we narrow it to position, passing is the best. My only thing is though, it's just like he doesn't play, or he doesn't play a lot, so it's kind of hard. He also was like backup center for the Clippers, so it's a little hard, but yeah. No, I give Simmons the credit when he was an all-star. Like I think Ben Simmons when he was an all-star was a very good passer. I don't value his passing that much at all right now. Like, the numbers are all right. I mean, like, yeah, these aren't like horrible numbers, but I think that there's just a level of difference between what we saw in his All-Star years versus this. Now, granted, obviously, maybe he's just a different player, but yeah, I personally, I don't value this much as this right here, and I understand minutes and ball opportunities and everything, and less minutes per game. That's not me saying he's a bad passer. I just don't put him at the same level as like where he was before. Like, he was just very clearly a very good passer in these days. As I mentioned earlier, I think the green is amongst the top for dumb players. But it might be a tell if his company it's that bad. I don't know about that. I unfortunately don't know enough about Buddy Hield to be like, is he dumb or not? But I like Buddy Hield a lot. He's a good guy. Yeah, I'm also kind of I'm confused by this, Charles. I don't really know how, like, like the intelligence of some of these guys. Like, Randy, you might watch more basketball than I do, or like you listen to more players' press conferences than I do, but like I don't really know about some of these guys. I'm giving credit for having book smarts. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're just saying, like, in just terms of like IQ in general, like in terms of like street smarts, I guess, or I guess those guys would also probably be street smart, but like Jaylen Brown had like a pretty dumb overall kind of. He said some things off court that weren't exactly the best. So I don't really know what that would be considered as. Just like emotional intelligence. I don't even know what it would be. Social intelligence. He passing highlights his basketball porn. It used to be higher. The lower turnovers from then on, unless he clear 5th rank and a tiny bit of growth. I still think you're not giving like guys like Harden enough credit. I know he's capable of being a elite passer, but the player he is now is not impressive at all. Just the guy out there has to pass because he like cannot shoot. That's why I was confused by you say these aren't touchy, because we don't really know much about these guys off court. So for Simmons specifically, like when I watched him in Philly, like this guy would be making like these insane passes that I was just like, holy shit. Like, I always remember like there's like this pick and roll with Embiid that he ran, and he would just come out. He came out the pick and roll, and he's going to his right. It's his offhand, and like he does like this absolute just insane like bounce pass that I'm like, I never saw that being able to get through, and he like did like a spin with it, and it helped Embiid. I think Embiid got fouled in the play. Like that is just like, that's like nowhere where Ben Simmons can be anymore right now, and that's probably due to his lack of opportunity, lack of the ball in his hands, and everything like that. But overall though, I just think that he mentally was just in a different spot at that point. Like, he just like saw the game differently back then. Don't know really what the hell happened here. Like, he's had a very interesting career, to say the least. But I think like this Ben Simmons here was just like, this guy was making some like these just like ridiculous passes that I was like, wow. I don't think he's that right now. I think he has good passing, but like I'm talking like you're straight up like seeing Ben Simmons in Philly, like he's maybe honestly it might just be because Embiid was there, but like he was just straight up just tricking defenses with some of his moves. Now I just feel like it's like, yeah, I see some good passes here and there from him, but and honestly like these numbers aren't like, these aren't horrible numbers or anything. It's just like I don't really just value it as highly. It's like, and it's probably just because he doesn't have like that sort of like scoring ability that he had before. So I don't know what he is, honestly, this one. Like, because I mean, he with the Clippers was trying to play backup center. It was like this really weird sort of like in between game that I didn't really understand. Brooklyn was a weird moment in his career. This is definitely something interesting. Backup point guard, backup center, like weird time, man. Power forward. So It probably is just because he doesn't have the ball in his hands anymore, but like that is kind of the same thing I say with Westbrook. Like if Westbrook doesn't have the ball in his hands anymore and doesn't play as much, then like you're just not going to be up high in terms of like the passing game anymore. Like Westbrook is an incredible passer, but he only averaged 6 assists last season, therefore he's not going to be in like the Harden and Halliburton and Jokic, talks anymore. It just is the case. Like John Wall, when he was, still in the league, like I consider John Wall like one of the best passers I've ever seen, man. But he, declined very rapidly, and then, I just don't, he's just no longer one of those guys anymore. Those, like, him and Simmons are kind of like two of those guys where it's like their athleticism and like their ability just to like get downhill quick and then make those passes is kind of like it probably is more so of that, but that's what makes the passes like you're like, oh my god, it's just like it's so incredible what they were able to do. But yeah, I mean, you just don't have the ball in your hands. It's just kind of is what it is at this point. He's a good guy. Also, everyone in interviews seems to say he isn't the brightest player. I mean, I know Jimmy Butler was making fun of him, but like, Jimmy makes fun of a lot of people. So like, I don't know. Butler just kind of seems like a bully in the locker room. So I don't know if that's really country or if it is like, the sort of like a fraternity type of atmosphere some teams have in the locker room, but no, I think it's just more Butler, but we'll see. I does need to learn not to dribble the ball, only shoot, no dribble. Obviously, he can shoot those threes. I mean, yeah, I agree with that statement, right? Like, yeah, Buddy is just so much better if he just a catch and shoot 3-point shooter instead of a dribble, like instead of off the dribble. Like, it's insane. But like I also just think that like that's hard to kind of gauge. Like, I think like in heat of the moments, like there's players have to do things, But yeah, I agree with that. Like that probably is a little bit more of a showing of like Buddy's not exactly the brightest if he's still shooting so many shots off the dribble when he should just be shooting only catch and shoot threes. But at the same time, if you were taught a certain way, like that's not necessarily you being stupid. That's just you listening to whatever's being taught to you. Like for example, today, like the Bulls trying to get through the full court pressure for the Raptors, and they kept running through a brick wall. Like it's not fully their fault. Like I don't think they're all stupid idiots. It's just that they're young and the coaching staff did nothing for them. So, it was a rough time. Ages group scoring ability into passing there though for Simmons. He was the passing still as if he's remote there. He can thread the needle. Okay. I just don't think it's still the same as what he was in Philly, but sure. It's like I really think that someone like, for example, like Draymond Green is like, Draymond Green isn't as flashy as he was before, but like I still think he's like a hell of a good passer. The numbers don't show it, but like he's still like really good. But when I put him up where these guys are, like no one touches Jokic. Okay, like this guy is in a league of his own in terms of passing. This guy is like insane. Okay, Halliburton I also put in that category. Like this guy makes some of these passes, bro, that you're just like holy shit. Okay. Young also is kind of in that same tier, but like you're and like these are not like their ability to score anything. It's just like these are just like they find guys and you're like holy shit, or like they lead guys into shots and you're like wow. I think Harden is a guy that doesn't get enough credit. Like there's a lot of times with Harden that people are hella critical of him, but like even like now he's still insane as a passer. But even during his like prime years, like his passing was severely underrated during that time. Because if we're gonna be like all about like like we think Ben Simmons is still the type of passer where he is, I'm like, okay, well then like LeBron has significantly lost athleticism, but like he still has insane passes. Like this guy is, especially when he's on the block, like he just makes these like cross-court passes that you're just like holy shit, like how the hell did he see him? So I personally just look at it, I'm just like, what are you doing right now that you're significantly helping your teammates or whatever to get basketballs from like horrible angles or weird moments and through traffic or whatever. These guys just do it more consistently. They just do, right? Whether you want to just disagree with me or not, like these guys just do it more consistently. Simmons, I'm sure, is still a significantly better passer than like 97% in the league. But that does not mean that I'm going to be putting them in the top 5 here when these guys are doing it consistently, game in, game out, and numbers back it up, but like impact also just backs it up. Like these are the guys, right? So yeah, I personally, it's you're probably thinking it's more so scoring ability, but like this guy right here doesn't really score that much anymore, but I think he also deserves to be very high up on this list, and no one really talks about him. But yet again, he's doing it consistently day in, day out. Simmons, unfortunately, with his injuries, is definitely hurting him in this sort of category. But I also just don't. And honestly, maybe he just needs to be on better teams. But I don't think he's doing it as much as these guys are right now. But minutes, so. Where are we at here? I want to look at this. So, Josh Hart is also an underrated passer, I won't lie. So Simmons is 34th here. Okay. That's his LA time. Where's Simmons? Do they not? Is it not just listed? Okay, that's really annoying. They don't have Ben Simmons, his Brooklyn Nets time in. Let's say 6.9. We'll just go 6.9. So he would be here. So he's tied with Alfred Payton for. Alfred Payton played this season, honestly. Alfred Payton is also like an okay passer for his time. He didn't pass it that consistently, or wasn't that consistent of a player overall, but he's here. Yeah, Isaiah Collier actually didn't have that bad numbers either. Let's see. Jimmy is a bully. I like this Jimmy style of bullying, won't lie. I think there's some good of it, but then when it gets to the media, it's a little bit much. Some of the stuff you said about Buddy was funny, but there's also stuff that just needs to be said to just keep it in the locker room. There's a couple times that we called a timeout, and then we came out immediately had another timeout. Yeah. The entire Golden State Warriors roster has said Buddy should shoot less off the dribble. I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, coaching staff's really smart over there. I get to the law, certain teams need that energy. Yeah, I mean, I think if you have the energy in the locker room, it's good. It's just that, like, in terms of, media stuff, like, keep it out of the media a little bit. Jokic first in the moment, yeah. I still have Young second over Hallie. Maybe visually I dislike the jump passes of Hallie, and I guess it's a bias. I don't know. Really? Okay. I think yeah, Halliburton and his transition passing is like very, very, very good. Even if it's not flashy, like it's the right pass and it does a lot. It does a lot of work. LeBron's still a top 10 pass for me, sure. Just where it dropped a little bit from being to top 5 before. Okay, I can get behind that too. But I think that like this whole idea, then it's like, hey, you've like, I'm just saying, like, this guy's lost some of his athleticism, like, but that being said, I still think that he's an incredible passer for what he does. Like, same thing with this guy. Like, this guy has lost his ability to score some, but like he's still a very good passer. Like, we're talking about, especially like lobs up to the basket, like cross court looks. Like, these guys are some of the best that there is in the business. There's actually Murray being top 10. This is a bit surprising. Granted, he only played 28 games, so there's it's a little bit skewed. Or sorry, how many games? 31 games. I mean, DeJounte, like he's been like a pretty good passer in his career. I think that we were a little bit skewed because of the Atlanta days. He was playing off ball more. But like we saw here in his last year in San Antonio, like he averaged 9 assists per game. I do think that we kind of forget how good of a passer he was just because these Atlanta years were so weird. But like his last year in San Antonio was very good. Jimmy, speaking of, isn't the peak, but probably underrated, maybe top 25. In terms of passing, I would agree. I think Jimmy is a pretty good passer in this league as well. Yeah, he's not LeBron level for sure. Honestly, I'm kind of interested to see where would I rank Jimmy Butler. It's kind of shocking to see Draymond this low, honestly. Like, I know Draymond's had better years with his passing, but like, I guess I like kind of put them in like the same category. This is pretty low for Draymond. Draymond's had, you know, higher years for sure. What was he? Interesting. It is crazy when you look at Draymond's career, you're just like, holy crap, man. These steal numbers are just like, holy shit. How many steals do you have? I mean, this man has 1,100 steals in his career. It's just like, God almighty. How do you do such a thing, man? That's just crazy. What about Garland? I will say that's also pretty surprising for me, because Garland to me is more of a scorer than he is a passer. Like, it is, that's actually, hold on, let me just reload. Hold on. Like, where's Mitchell on this list? Is he even on this list? That's a good question. Hello? What the? Oh, we're reloading. Okay. Damn. Okay. I must be honestly severely underrating Garland, because to me Mitchell is like a better passer, but Garland is like, he to me is like more of a scorer right now, but I guess I'm just completely wrong. Yeah, Garland did a good job this year. Oh, he might have a breakout season this one. I think Collier is going to really show a lot of people what he can do this year. Assuming the Jazz don't really do anything stupid. Giannis actually is so high up to me. It just shows how much touch they draw over their actual passes. Giannis especially just dang. I mean, yeah. These guys specifically are just like, you just have the ball in your hands a lot, and double teams, triple teams, collapse the defense for sure. The Naga game biggest failure here is the coach, because those kids were not. Oh, I mean, yeah, Viper Strike. It's so good that you came in this chat and said that, because to me, I started the stream ranting about the coaching staff. Yeah, I legit, my first thing I said today was nothing about a second game, nothing about Buzelis, was that I came in here, the first thing I said is that, what the hell is the coaching staff doing? I was so pissed. I was just like, bro, like, this coaching staff today was unacceptable. I shouldn't be complaining, but it's Summer League, but I'm complaining because what we saw today from the coaching staff is straight up unacceptable today. And I kind of take this game with a grain of salt, because I'm just like, I mean, the coaching staff did nothing. Like, we're having guys not be able to get past the half-court line because the Toronto Raptors are playing full-court defense, and the coaching staff's like, we're just gonna sit here and just hope that they can figure it out. Like, I was so livid. I was so pissed about this. I'm like, I can't really blame anybody for like if they, like, for example, like Lachlan Olbrich has a horrible score line, because 4 turnovers, you know, many fouls. Just like, it's not his fault. Like, it's not his fault at all. But people are gonna be like, oh wow, like that was a really disappointing game from Ulbrich. I'm like, this is not his fault. Like the ball couldn't get past the half court in time, and we're blaming this guy. Like, nah, this was 100% on the coaches today. I was so pissed. Like, dear Lord, man, I was livid with how the coaches were coaching today. Yeah, not happy at all. Like, basically I said, like, all right, everyone, you get a C, just grade overall for the day. That's just average. Coaching staff, you get an F today. You did awful today. This is terrible for summer league standards, and I don't have standards. Like, it's just so bad. Yeah. Worst part is we know he's being rumored to be the next up coach. Oh, I mean, I know. Like, the fact that this guy's gonna be coaching the Windy City Bulls is just driving me insane. I hate it. Delayed by Young Mate, yeah. You want some value from Summer League game and you missed a bunch of it? I mean, oh yeah, 100%. We got nothing out of this game. Maybe if you vindicate because I was fuming throughout the whole game. I mean, like, it pissed me off so much how many Bulls fans were like hyper fixated on like Asenge and like Ulbrich, and you know, like they're really pissed off at like Jameer Young for some of the stuff that he was doing. I'm just like, bro, I'm not saying that they're playing like good by any means, but like the coaching staff just completely failed them today, and I feel awful for them. It's honestly insane that I feel like that you're gonna be blaming the players for this one when I'm just watching the coaching staff not make any fucking adjustments for the full court pressure we're facing, and then at moments that we see in the half court the Raptors are like actually like coming and like doubling some guys. Like, that's not their fault. That's the coaching staff saying like, hey, we're just gonna sit on our asses and not help you at all. Maybe instead of doing that, coaching staff, that we, as we're trying to bring the ball up the damn court, have someone come into the backcourt and set a little screen to help take the pressure off the ball handler. Just do that, just to help us get past the half court line in time, and then we can kind of run into our offense a little bit and make sure that we take care of the basketball in the half court. If the players then fail, that's on them. But no, that's not what happened today. I thought the Kobe and Derek Lively trade rumor. I have not heard about this. Where have you heard this, Noel? This will have to be my last thing, by the way. I do have to end stream after this. So I sincerely apologize about that. But thank you for all joining. But I want to hear about this Kobe and Lively trade here. Luckily, it looked like he did absolutely nothing there to me. Basically, it was just a body. I mean, like, again, no, that's not his fault. Like, I don't really think that's his fault. Like, what's he gonna do? Like, the Bulls had 30 less shots than the Raptors in this game. Like, the Bulls had 55 shots in a 40-minute game. That's not. I can't blame Ulbrich for looking like nothing out there just because, like, what, it's not his job to bring the ball up the court. We definitely should have kept Patton. I mean, yeah, we definitely should have kept Patton, but like, I don't think he's necessarily in charge of like trying to fix in-game adjustments. But yeah, I think we should have kept him for sure. That's why I was in here talking to myself before you started streaming. I mean, yeah, man, it's I don't blame you, Tyler. I didn't read the chat, but I did see that you were in here, and I was pretty livid for watching this game. I was just like, man, like, I know Senge had some bad moments, like he had some horrible turnovers in this game, but I'm just like, bro, like, there's just so many moments where I feel like that, like, there's a lot of missed opportunities for him where I'm like the Bulls can't get past the front court or the back court. Like, it's this, like, I don't expect anything from anybody if you can't get past the half court or the back court. Like, it's just so bad. I know Boston's saying that's why they shouldn't have drafted them. I mean, yeah, it's just overreactions, and not understanding what really happened today. But hey, we have tomorrow. You streaming tomorrow? I'll see. I'm pretty busy tomorrow. I work tomorrow, hence why I need to end stream now. So I streamed much longer than I should have. So thank you for all staying with me today. I streamed a lot longer than I should have. I'm gonna be very tired tomorrow, but that's okay. Thank you guys all for tuning in, though. I sincerely appreciate it. I think it was in a Hayes vid, maybe not a rumor, but more of a suggestion. Okay. So, look, let me just say this about Hayes. I love Hayes. I did a video with him. He's given me a platform. Forever grateful for him. I do think though it's important to always understand what sort of content you are watching. And Hayes is a guy that he will take any sort of thing that connects to the Bulls and he'll run with it. So anything that sort of connects to the Bulls is just like, oh yeah, like, hey, look at this now. This connects to the Bulls, make a video out of it. So it might have been more of a suggestion, Noel, but I'll go look at that for sure. The biggest example though was the last stream that I had to do because Hayes made a whole video about the Jazz and like their, you know, the whole John Collins trade opened up a bunch of salary cap space, and so it's like, hey, the Utah Jazz have a bunch of salary cap space now. They could go and sign Josh Giddey to a contract. And it's like, first and foremost, this is a Utah Jazz move that involved two other teams, and the first thing you think of is the Bulls. Like, one, respect. Like, I mean, I understand you're always thinking Bulls, but it's just like that overall, when the Jazz did not have salary cap space yet because they had not renounced any of their things yet. Like they would have to renounce all their trade exceptions to get that salary cap space. Like, it's just such a like boom. Like, we're talking about this all of a sudden when it's just like, bro, like, let's relax for a second, man. Like we shouldn't even be thinking about this just yet. Like, it's such a stretch that I'm just like, was this really necessary to make a video out of it? Brandon, hey, you know, you can make a video about anything today. People will listen, but I don't know, man. Like, Hayes definitely throws out ideas that I'm just like, I don't know where you got that from. But sure. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Charles, for sticking with me throughout the entire stream. Thank you, Darius. Thank you, Noel. And others who popped in. Don't know really know who else popped in here. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I sincerely appreciate it for great stream tonight. Yeah, have a good night, guys. How are so many 12th picks so good? It's like the best value pick. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. It's just one of those situations, right? 12th and 13th are always one of those like really weird spots where like people seem to find good value out of it. So yeah, I really don't know. And the lottery, so I guess more teams are willing to take a chance. I don't know, kind of weird, but hope it works out for the Bulls here. All right, y'all. I do it to end stream though. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will let you guys know in the Discord and also in the community tab if I am streaming tomorrow. You'll see. I'll go ahead and do a, you know, I'll post the stream if it's scheduled. Like I'll post it in scheduled. So you'll see in your subscription feed. Jesus, man. If I am gonna be playing a stream or not, but I do have a busy day tomorrow. So I know the Bulls play tomorrow. The Bulls play against the Kings at 7 p.m. Central Time. So make sure you go watch that one. It's more likely to be a more kind of beneficial game to watch overall compared to what we saw today, because today is just like, I take this game with a grain of salt. Today was crazy. So definitely watch tomorrow if you can. Again, I am pretty busy, so I'll let you guys know. But with that being said though, thank you for a long 4-hour stream with me today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I sincerely appreciate the support this entire offseason. It's been a lot of fun with you guys with all the videos. Thank you for all the support on the videos. It truly means a lot. And thank you for still supporting me in the streams, man. The streams have been absolutely popping off lately, and it's been a fantastic. It honestly feels like the vibes in the streams are great, and it's because of you guys. So thank you guys so much. I sincerely do appreciate it. Let's continue this. Let's continue this throughout the season, or throughout the off season into the season. So yeah, thank you so much. I do not have a Discord link to go ahead and post right now. I don't want to pull up Discord. But please go ahead if you have not already are following my Twitch channel. You know, I'm just asking for a follow here. But I promise you stuff will be coming for this channel. It's just taking some time here. But yeah, I promise you stuff will be coming to this gaming channel, especially once we get past Summer League and like we kind of like officially hit into the off season. Then stuff will definitely be coming. So I do promise that stuff will be coming for this channel here. So go ahead and follow if you're able to. But with that being said, though, please everyone have a good night. If you're in the Chicago area, hope you survive the storm. Be safe, and I'll see you whenever. All right, peace out, y'all. Thank you. Bye.